Hello. Welcome. We shall begin with a poem. And as we have been doing, a poem by a queer poet. Because happy Pride Month. This is Devotion by Ocean Vuong. Ugh, my throat's been kind of scratchy. Devotion by Ocean Vuong. Instead, the year begins with my knees scraping hardwood. Another man leaving into my throat, fresh snow crackling on the window. Each flake a letter from an alphabet I've shut out for good. Because the difference between prayer and mercy is how you move the tongue. I press mine to the navel's familiar whirl, molasses threads descending towards devotion. And there's nothing more holy than holding a man's heartbeat between your teeth sharpened with too much air. This mouth, the last entry into January, silenced with fresh snow crackling on the window. And so what if my feathers are burning? I never asked for flight. Only to feel this fully, this entire, the way snow touches bare skin and is suddenly snow no longer. Devotion by Ocean Vuong. There's a rhyme there. Devotion, ocean. Hello, welcome. I'm Imogen. We are back for another stream on a Monday morning. I really like this new time of streaming earlier. That being said, I don't know if people will watch a Twitch stream on a Monday morning. And I guess for people in different time zones, it could very well be a Monday afternoon or a Monday evening or a Monday at noon. So we'll have to see, right? Figure that out. But at least for my viewers who are in my time zone, it seems ambitious. I know I wouldn't be inclined to wake up and like watch a Twitch stream at 9 a.m. So but I guess that's, to each their own. You exist. Welcome, Ishmael. I'm glad you exist. It's good to, maybe not good, but it's nice. I think the mind prefers to continue existing and to have those in our proximity also continue. Life's been good lately. Life's been very good. I wrote another piece of ambient music, which is quite bad, but I posted it anyway because I want to post the bad stuff and sort of track my progress. I have this idea for a series of pieces of music, 85 of them, in fact, because I want I like writing music, ambient music, based on certain things, stories, scenes. This is called programmatic music in the classical music world. And there's this book that I want to read, Ovid's Metamorphoses, which is a massive series of poems recounting like all of the main tales and myths of ancient Greece, and then kind of all the way up to the Roman Empire because he was a Roman guy. And I want to write a piece of music for each of the stories, each of the 85 stories in Ovid's Metamorphoses. I think that'd be a great way to practice because it's naturally going to take me through a lot of different tones and scenes and settings and ideas. So the first one was the creation of the world, which was very vague and difficult, but so it was kind of like really abstract and kind of hard to put into music, but I tried. I think it's quite bad. It's on my Bandcamp and it'll be on my YouTube soon. Better to exist than the alternative, Wobbledopsy. Yes, absolutely. I would prefer to continue existing. I suppose there are at times where I thought otherwise, and that's quite sad, but I am partial to mine own existence. Uh, Another exciting thing, I guess there's multiple exciting things. One is that I got rejected from another literary magazine, so another one on the list of rejections. But I also separately submitted and sent my poems off to Poetry Magazine, the big, well-known, successful journal of poems that releases like 10 issues a year and has the whole website online. Um, and I won't hear back from them for like 10 months, so this is probably the last time I'll mention it, and y'all will hear of my poetry submission until we hear that it gets rejected in like next uh, next March or something. And that's fine. You know, I know there are people who have sent their work to poetry every year for 10 years, and it's like a yearly ritual to get rejected. Good luck. Hope you keep your head up. Oh yeah, I rejection is great. You know, it doesn't bother me. It's part of the process, and uh, it's just sort of fun to joke about. I think. Um, Bro, why streaming so early? It's my lunch break. You're trying to make me lose my streak. Messier, you're here early. Hello, hello, Messier. Welcome. Streaming early is the new normal. I think this is the new schedule because it gets hot in Las Vegas, Nevada. And if I stream starting at noon, my room has already heated up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit inside. And that's really uncomfortable. Like with the fan on, with the AC going, it's just oppressive. So if I start kind of earlier, my room is cooler, more comfortable. I also have more energy because I am like such a morning person. This morning I already wrote a bunch of haiku and did some sewing, and I mean, I guess I ate food. Uh, I practiced a little bit of piano, just a little bit. Um, just trying to survive, and it's not even August. I know, right? It's intense. It's awful. And I put ice packs directly onto my computer because it's a laptop, so that it doesn't overheat. And streaming earlier also helps with the computer not overheating problem, which causes the whole thing to freeze and stream to crash. So the less hot it is, the better stream's connection is, the happier Imogen is, and it's like a win, 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 except I guess Wombat is during work, and that's sad. And I know it's difficult and annoying, right? Schedule changes and whatever. Um, but, you know, my stream. um, I visited Vegas in November a couple years ago, and it was much hotter than our summers where I live. The place is not habitable. Yeah, this is not a good place for a city. There's absolutely like no good reason for so many people to be living here. They're actually so Vegas is actually built around like a natural spring where there was water, and this was a place that like a number of indigenous American tribes like really cared about this place, right? Because it had the water in the middle of the desert and it has these mountains near it. Um, Also water up there, some very important mountains, at least to them. Uh, and to me, I like hiking in those mountains. There was water, yeah, because we sucked up all the water in the spring, basically. And then we're sucking all the water out of the Colorado River. We built a dam so we could have more water, and we're sucking all the water out of the dam. We're actually sending most of it to California because of the 4 state or 5 state Southwestern Water Compact, which is the biggest water scam in I don't know. I don't know in what scale, but it's a big scam where LA takes all our water, and we hate them. Another reason to hate the Dodgers, if we didn't already need enough reasons to hate LA sports. Do not become addicted to water. It's hard, right? You need that stuff like every day. I mean, like right here. Um, yeah, and Vegas just keeps growing. I was driving out to the aforementioned mountains out there to the west of Vegas, and I was driving with my dad. We were going to hike, and we got to a certain point, and he's like, "When we moved here, uh, 7 years ago or 8 years ago, this was the end, right, of Vegas, and there were like 5 more miles of new housing developments and subdivisions and shitty suburban sprawl." And it was really like, I don't know, depressing probably. I hate, suburbs and modern city development. It's a pretty like lukewarm take at this point. Like, uh, shit's bad. If you're not from America, you should look up like Phoenix, the city. There's a city called Phoenix in Arizona. Phoenix suburban sprawl. That city goes for like, it takes like multiple hours to drive across the city of Phoenix. Uh, it's crazy. They have like these super highways and stuff, and they still get congested. Bad. Phoenix is such a cool name for a city, for such a disappointing city. Yeah, it's an awful place. Um, Other big exciting thing. There was another big exciting thing. I started playing a new video game, which I just am so stoked to talk about because it's so cool and messier. It's not Stardew Valley. It's a game called Road Warden, and this isn't a new game. It's been out for a number of years, but you know, I get to things late. I don't play that much games. But it's this visual novel, not Stardew. It's this. So it's a visual novel, which is like super dark fantasy and incredibly atmospheric and well written. But the craziest thing, so visual novels, right? Normally they're like text and you've got some like characters on the screen and they talk and you like go through the story. Maybe you have a few decisions. Some of them are entirely linear. There are some great entirely linear visual novels. There's one called Zato. I love the world and everything in it, which highly recommend. If people want visual novel recommendations, I'm here. But this game Road Warden, right, is this visual novel, this text-based game. But within this game development software, RenPy, which normally just does like the regular text character kind of visual novel setup, they like totally overhauled the whole visual thing and like added a whole bunch of like features where it's an RPG. It's a role playing game, and it's like dark fantasy. You're like patrolling the roads of this like really dangerous place, right? And you have like a thing that tracks your like hunger and armor and health, which like I've never seen a visual novel do, and I'm just so stoked about it because I want to make visual novels, and for a long time I thought they had like a fairly limited scope. With the most experimental things maybe being like Doki Doki Literature Club, like playing with your game files and stuff, which is a great game, right? Nothing against Doki Doki, other than that it's like horrifying and scary. Um, but this game like adds all this functionality and just got me running with all sorts of ideas of like what kind of RPG type stories could I tell in a visual novel. Uh, Very excited about this. I had this idea for a visual novel RPG where you're like an artist in Renaissance Italy, And instead of like traditional character classes, your class is like the kind of art you make, and then you're going and like trying to gain favor with different like nobles and like not get excommunicated by the church. And like I don't know, maybe you're just like falling in love on the canals of Venice. Um, I thought this would be like a lovely setup for a game, and you're trying to like not go broke as an artist, you know, getting like rich patrons, and uh, I think that would be a cool game. I think that would be quite fun, but uh, I have to get there first. Right now, I'm focusing on music. Once I've made music, once I feel confident with music, I think I'll feel ready to start making a video game, because then like the writing and the music will happen on its own, and then I just have to learn pixel art, which I've already kind of started. I'd love to be able to redo all the icons for stream with pixel art, because they're also unfinished, and like the subscriber badges only go up to 3 months, and then there's not another one, and that's really bad and awful. Doki Doki's fantastic. Absolutely messier. I agree. Hello, Callie. Hello, Nikki. All the friends. Good morning to you as well, Nikki. Uh, you know, props to you for being up and watching a stream on a Monday morning at 9 a.m. I think that's it's quite wild. You're perishing, Callie? Why are you perishing? Tell us about your perishing. That's quite the intense thing, right? Messier. Peggy Hill says about Phoenix, this city should not exist. Yeah, most of the stuff down here shouldn't. I'm making a reverse outline of my novel. What is a reverse outline? And I can finally see everything. So why are you perishing? Like an outline is like it shows all the things in the story, right? So a reverse outline, do you maybe write the whole story and then outline it afterward? And so you can like see how it's structured? Because that would, yes, okay. Locked. I clocked that so fast. I was thinking like an outline that goes back to front, but that's still an outline, right? It's just like a differently organized one. Um, so you can finally see everything, and you're perishing. So have you discovered bad things within your reverse outline, or something like that? Is that what's happening? Um, because if so, that's quite sad. Or you're perishing because like it's awesome and cool, and you're dying of overwhelming artistic satisfaction, or something like that. Which I don't know if you can die of that, but I wouldn't be surprised. The sublime is quite an intense feeling. Who has things submitted to me? Nikki does. I think it's probably time to read Nikki's concrete poem today. Oh, and Wobbledobs, you sent a poem in the regular text chat. I read it this morning. That was pretty awesome, and cool that you're experimenting with form. Sonnets are very hard, but you did a good job. Genius method. Write the story first, then study it for themes, reoccurring motif, and narrative flow. So then is that so then you can like go back and edit on a second pass once you've like found your themes, and then like reinforce them through editing? Is that kind of the idea? So that makes sense. Thank you for reading. Absolutely. Ishmael redeemed Imogen improvises a poem. Oh boy. Uh, Live improvised poems. I didn't think that was gonna happen this morning, but I definitely can. Um, I feel like maybe if people in chat have any topics you'd like to hear in a poem, I can certainly maybe try to use some of that. It's very helpful to have a place to start, right? Get into that poetic flow, because I'm feeling generally not very inspired in this moment. Maybe I can like pull from some of the things I was thinking about with my dreams last night. What was I dreaming about? I was dreaming about, uh, well, I sort of applied a meaning to one of my dreams that was like, that I'm like falling behind the people around me, and they're all like moving forward, and I'm like existing in the same place and in this like circular existence. And maybe I can make up a poem about that that's more at length. I'm just like this. Story reaches a peak, and where do I go with this peak? Do I? Oh, so you've like written some of it. You outlined so you can look ahead. Do I keep trying to escalate or do I destroy everything? And I chose to destroy it. And now I'm like, where do I go from here? I feel like, this story is so freaking epic. Like while reading, I sometimes have no idea what's happening. But at the same time, I'm like, what's happening feels so huge that I'm not really meant to know yet. And it's like all unraveling in chapters 13 to 15. It was already big to me. Well, that's exciting that you have more to write. Okay. I am going to improvise a poem now. I'm going to start with something like a couple lines that I wrote this morning and then maybe go from there. Maybe I'll start by word associating. That can help like get into the flow. Man, it's always so nerve-wracking and terrifying, but I do it because it's good practice. Maybe I'll just force myself into it. I'm gonna close my eyes for a sec. I sit in the passenger seat, gazing out a window, half reflecting my face, hoping to see something in the stars, hoping to find the stars shrouded by clouds, hoping to find light poking through, something to give me away, something to latch onto. But all I really see is my own face staring back at me in the passenger seat, and we're going somewhere. But you're the one taking me, always guiding me by a hand, always taking me into a land that I cannot know, that I must wait and see, like hoping that the clouds part and something shines on my moon-tinted skin. Something shines on my It's hard to improvise poems. Something shines on me. But as I look out, all I see is the city, and all I see are lights going out. Another person, with no shine. Another friend driving off into the desert, another lover flying to the other side of a country that I will never cross because I am stuck here in the passenger seat, stuck here in the place I have lived and always will be, in the desert, in the heat, in the 90, 95, 100, 115-degree, sweltering, can't move, melted in place. Guided by a hand, guided by a hand clamped on my wrist, guided down, guided back, sinking into the passenger seat, staring into my own eyes, the reflection of my own hand, drifting into the passenger seat, drifting to sleep. And when I dream of the stars. There you go. That's an improvised poem for you, Ishmael. Passenger seat, perhaps. Of that moment, not to be written down, certainly to be forgotten by me. Somewhat true? I don't know. Takes me like 2 minutes to think of one word. Well, it's a whole different it's a whole different skill, I think, right? It's this sort of associating, because you just have to say something, right? It's like when the pressure is on you, you have to speak. And this is actually something I think is really nice to um, practice. When you said improvising a poem is hard, that really blended the two stanzas. Yeah, I kind of broke the immersion, right? um, uh, but this is like a fun thing to practice, actually. And you don't even have to do a poem. You just sit there and close your eyes and like word associate and just say like genuinely whatever comes to mind. And maybe I'll do it. So, I start with a word, find, place, go somewhere else, over, mountain, outside, me, you, externality, place to be, shame on me, if not, if else, then, function, dis, track, train, light, flash, bang, hit, over the top. Right? You just like word associate. That can be a really good practice as a poet, because you're just training your brain to like connect one word to the next thing, which sometimes is all that you really need in a poem, is just to be able to generate more words to come after the word that you currently have. And it's sort of something that you have to like really get over your own like apprehension and ego. It's easy when you're sitting there on your own, easier maybe, to just be like, I'm gonna say random words, whatever comes to mind, it comes out of my mouth, no filter. On stream, it's a little bit more strange and difficult. Hello, Reclusi, welcome. But I've done it enough on stream, I guess, that it's not too bad for me. I've improvised a poem on stage before. That was quite hard, but very exhilarating for sure. I would probably do it again. I haven't performed poetry on a stage in like months and months and months. I don't really like doing it that much. But I also just don't like leaving my room, leaving the passenger seat, as it were. So that's me. Brother's making pancakes, and he accidentally made biscuit pancakes. Think the most fluffy, buttery, flaky biscuits. Now make them pancake shaped. How do you accomplish that? I imagine they were probably really good if they're the most fluffy, buttery, and flaky biscuits, just as, flat, very wide discs, because I guess biscuits are kind of discs as well. That sounds very good. Props to your brother for the culinary experimentation and innovation. It's an art in itself. I love cooking. Savory pancakes, perhaps. Those are quite good. I like savory things on pancakes. I'm not a big sweet person. Big sweet, drown it in syrup. I don't actually remember the last time I've had maple syrup, because it's just like so sweet. It's so over the top, and yeah, I'm not a big sweets kind of person, I guess. I like them sometimes. I don't restrict. I actually used to. I used to like not eat any sugar and was very, very, very strict about the things I ate. That was kind of not great, you know? So, now we're back. I don't like it swimming, but I do like to dip its toe. Fair enough. That's maybe more a reasonable, balanced approach. We're gonna read Marigolds by Nikki. I believe that is your concrete poem that you have been referencing, because this looks like a concrete poem, and looks like the most recent thing you've submitted. You know the drill, Nikki. I know you don't really ever want to ask any questions, but if you have any, you can definitely ask any questions as I approach and read this poem. If you'd like me to look out for anything in particular, also if you are not okay with chat giving feedback, do tell, but otherwise it is assumed that chat is welcome to give feedback on this poem as well as we read it. And I think that's all the things. So, yeah. Marigolds. I am wiping off my iPad screen because turns out when you use something a lot, it gets dirty. Yeah. I'm gonna go to a black screen. I'm gonna fix the black screen so it has a camera on it, like happens every stream. And there we are. Probably needs to be straight. Probably needs to be centered. And probably needs to have a poem on it. Like this one. A short little affair. This doesn't look like it's more than like 30 words, which is cool. Short poems are nice. Sometimes they can be a little light on like things to analyze without stepping outside of the poem itself. Although it's often an enjoyable thing to step outside of the poem itself for the sake of analysis, right? To sort of go beyond the poem. Yeah. Marigolds. Can I like move this? And move this? That's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. We're going to read this. We're going to talk about it. We're going to scribble all over it. We're going to analyze it. And maybe that will be beneficial to everyone involved. I had to put the dots in because Discord did not want to put spaces there. Okay, so those are not dots. I can just sort of like scribble them out for the sake of understanding. Ba-bam. Better? They like, when I zoom, they were like flashing in and out of existence. My mind is going to go places. Not sure if Nikki said they were fine with chat yapping. Yeah, I think Nikki's fine with it. It's assumed that chat can talk about the poems unless said otherwise, and I'll make it clear if someone doesn't want that. But I don't think I've ever really had anyone not want that. By yapping, I don't mean negative. Yeah, yapping is chill. Yapping's a great word. I like that word. It's a reasonable word to pick. Okay. Here is marigolds. Marigolds. Take me back to October. Let me watch us bloom again, citrus yellow kissed by fire. Or did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil like flecks of ash, settling into winter soil? Marigolds. Very short poem. Obviously, it has a shape, and this is what a concrete poem is. We've talked about these on a number of streams recently, but concrete poetry, right, is where we arrange the words themselves in a shape relating to the poem, or just in a shape to, for some reason. There can be any number of reasons to arrange our poem concretely, but this one seems to be a little flower, a little marigold, right? Kind of top of flower, stem, leaves, maybe the ground here. And it's nice. It's simple. It's short. And we will read it again. Maybe a few times, because it's short. At least that's what I see. If anyone else sees anything different in this concrete poem shape, please do tell. I was thinking maybe it would be interesting. This is something I thought as I was reading this, that it'd be really cool to create a concrete poem where the shape is a double meaning, right? Where like the shape can be interpreted in multiple different ways. I don't think I've ever seen that before, because concrete poems are pretty like clear and concrete, maybe. But it would be cool if this could, for example, be interpreted as a number of different things. I was thinking when it was talking about flames, I'm like, oh, could this be flames? But it doesn't really look like flames to me, so there's that. As in, you read it in different orders? No, just that, like, the shape, based on how it's presented, like, could look like two separate things depending on how you look at it. Or if you, like, maybe turned the page, like, rotated it, it would look like something else. That'd be pretty high concept, and that's not something in my wheelhouse. But that'd be, like, a pretty badass thing to do for someone who's good at this stuff. Uh, I didn't even notice that, like, the shape it formed. I just saw spaces. I was about to go super meta with things. The shape fits. It being a flower makes sense and looks like it. And I think the spaces can be very important as well, right? Like, it's a concrete poem, but it's still a poem, and it's still something arranged in, like, lines, right? We still have lines. We still have, like, a break here. We still have, technically, like, stanzas, right? We sort of have that stanza, and then we have this stanza, right? And just because something is a flower doesn't mean we can still observe it. Doesn't mean we can't still observe it as something with, sort of poetic and intentional spacing. And we can still think, like, are the line breaks here effective, or what are they doing, or how does burn through, break, desire affect my reading versus sort of a different presentation of this. So so you absolutely can still get super meta about the shapes and the way that the poem is sort of laid out, because it can be two things at the same time. It can be stanzas and lines and a very broken, disparate thing, and maybe that brokenness or the sort of shape of a curve and a larger, collection here is something that can still relate to the poem in a more abstract sense than a, concrete sense, right? That would be next level, way too much effort. Also, I think hitting double images is an insane task to do with words, right? And there are some people, there are some people with that level of, I don't know, creativity, autism, that would do that stuff. That's not that's not my way of writing, so I don't think I could realize, or I don't think I would want to realize something like that. But there are people who definitely, like, are good at that stuff. um, It'd be super cool. Yeah, there's definitely a theme of brokenness in this poem. So yeah, right. And maybe we can think about this, right? That this top part is communicating something. It's communicating, like, a sort of cohesion. And then this bottom part is communicating this very, like, off kilter, right? It's all kind of sliding off to the side and doing weird things. But it's also very broken, just in the, like, literal sense of line break, line break, line break, right? So that's very useful, right? There's definitely a theme of brokenness, yeah. For instance, I easily could have put less space between did flames and burn through. Oh, absolutely, right? Uh, and there's this question, right? Why do that? The concrete poem gives this really cool opportunity that maybe we can think about, of, like, literally how this is positioned on the page and how it could be positioned differently, right? So we can try to analyze that. I've never really done so with a concrete poem, to really think about, why is burn through indented as much as it is? Why isn't did flames indented a little more, right? These kinds of decisions. Uh Oh, is this next in the October Love Saga? Yes, maybe. uh I haven't even necessarily put thought to the meaning of the words itself, but we do have this, right? Take me back to October. And the poem we read of yours before, Nikki, right, is what was it? I think you loved me in October, right? And or something like that. So very similar, right? And it also had the ideas of like fire, of like this. I guess winter soil isn't really snow, but um, that kind of stuff. Fire was big in that one. Well, the poem is short, so we can try. We can definitely try. We will try. So I'm gonna read through the whole poem again, and then we'll start to dig into the details. Take me back to October. Let me watch us bloom again, citrus yellow kissed by fire. Or did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil like flecks of ash, settling into winter soil? So something that's compelling to me here, right, is that the poem itself, right, it mentions petals and it mentions this sort of yellow-kissed thing. But marigolds itself, we don't actually necessarily mention the flower, or uh, 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 use it as imagery within the poem. But the fact that we title it this way, I think definitely reinforces, right, the flower as like a big symbol. And flowers, plants, oftentimes have a lot of symbology, uh, just because, I don't know, flowers get a lot of associations with things. So it might be worth looking up marigolds to see if they have any specific associations. Does ash spoil? Right, we have petals spoil like flecks of ash settling into winter soil. And as Reclusi says, literally no, but I can't think of any metaphorical reading of ash we can't tie to the A. But so yeah, we have this ash spoiling, or petal spoil like flecks of ash settling into winter soil. So, um, petal spoiling, right, is gonna be this process of something. Maybe, I mean, we can think of like literally the image of a petal spoiling or wilting, right? It's gonna like curl up, it's going to become like crisp, it's going to sort of fall apart. It is also going to just fall, right? It is going to fall down from our plant, right? We have our flower here. Pardon my flower. Notably not an artist, right? And as our petal falls, it's going to sort of disintegrate and become colorless, right? And we're going from this marigold that is very red, and then it's becoming this sort of like, probably like gray, brown, white, not white, but like gray or brown, like it's becoming desaturated. And I'll just use white here. And in the same way, right, we can think about a fire, right? A fire is like red, probably. And it's also coming from like logs, like literally like life, like plant matter. And then it spews out like ashes. And it's creating these like desaturated, dead extra bits, right? That then like flutter and fall down. I don't know if any of you have been in the vicinity of a forest fire. Uh, I would have to guess that Nikki has, based on where you live. But when you're nearby to a forest fire or a big fire, it literally rains ash from the sky. It's almost like it's snowing, and you have these little bits of dead, essentially decayed plant matter, right, falling to the ground. So I think the connection here is sort of an one of the image, right? They spoil in the same way that flecks of ash fall, that flecks of ash settle. Um, and so they kind of delicately fall, flutter, disintegrate. And yes, the image I was going for, that fluttering. We also have like ash settling into winter soil, which kind of like creates this feeling of like the ash snow. So I think that maybe helps like us reinforce that reading. Uh, Something I notice here, right, is the way that this poem is arranged. Like one way to look at this is flower, stem, maybe some leaves. But the interesting thing is like my first thought goes to if I was to write a stem out of words, and maybe it's just because I'm a simple being, I would not do it like this. Now, I'm not saying this is wrong by any means. It's because stem, like this thing is sort of doing this weird zigzag pattern, right? It's going like this way and that way and that way and that way, right? And stems of plants, to me, usually like go like, they're like a pretty straight or like curved thing. They're not really like zigzagging. Um, and I think the question becomes like, okay, so why is the stem, if we see this as a flower, maybe like drawn like that? And something I notice, right, is that during this section, the text is referring to something sort of fluttering down, right? Fluttering in the way that petals do, that ash does. And if I were to draw a petal fluttering, falling down from something, I'd probably do like that sort of shape, right? Because they kind of like fall on the wind and like go down to the ground in a very non-linear path, and then eventually sort of settle down in a big sideways motion to the ground, right? I don't know. We can like drop a piece of paper. It doesn't go straight, right? It went sort of like this. I need to pick that up. That's my music that I'm learning. So it's almost as if, right? I sort of mentioned the thought of a concrete poem creating a double meaning, right? And it very well could be that, yes, on a broad scale, flower. But as we zoom in within the flower, right, we have something that more resembles the specific imagery of this moment in the poem. And that's really cool, right? And it also, right, it gives this brokenness to the stem itself, right? If we come back to the flower, sure, it's a flower, but it has this stem that's sort of broken, that's not quite right all the way. And I think a flower like that will die. And if we look at this flower maybe as the reflection of the love itself, right? Let me watch us bloom again. To bloom is to be in love, right? In a poem that is about our love wilting away. Let us bloom again, citrus yellow kissed, a kind of nice double meaning pointing to kissing and love, but also the color of the flowers, and maybe triple meaning because like to sit in front of a fire and its glow, right? Badass little section there. But if the flower itself is sort of on this collapsing stem, then our love will die. Our love will dry up as it does, right? To add, the shape. Hold on, I need to make this bigger so I can read it. The shape of the first half is structured, but the words are uncertain. The second half of the shape is messy, but the words feel more certain, like the unraveling of a person while they come to grips with reality itself. So maybe we can tie the inverted choice of shape to human realization or the thought process of the scenario. Right, like at the beginning we're still holding on to something. We still think maybe like we can take me back, right? Still holding on to this beautiful image. Um, it's like just so nearly almost resembles a heart, but it doesn't really. It's too much of a stretch for me. Right, we have this grasping onto the relationship, onto the thing, onto the structure that holds these two people together. Right? And then or right, we have this turning point, this moment, and then everything sort of falls apart. And as we realize that it's no longer the reality, right? No longer functioning, no longer in love. The mental state, as you say, becomes scattered. We start throwing words all over the page, back and forth, kind of oscillating side to side, drifting, spoiling, settling, and ending, right? This poem feels much more final than the other one. The other poem we read of Nikki's, and I think it's useful to contrast here. We'll go back to that one from there's night skies, up the cross, one morning. Looking for spring thaw was Nikki's other poem. I think you loved me in October before the winter made us harsh, but now I fear fall days are over. And it ends on this, but now I fear fall days are over. And it doesn't necessarily, I think most people agreed that it suggested a relationship that was dying but not dead. That it was still like holding on to this thing. And this other poem really settles at the end into like this finality of the soil, right? Like returning. Petals spoil, dying, ash burnt out, right? Settling into winter soil, cold, hard, lifeless, right? Very different way to end a poem than the other one, at least in my reading. I wouldn't get It's a Flower on my own. It's not shapy enough for me. Yeah, and I think that makes sense, right? It's the abstraction of a flower, right? I mean, if I drew basically the shape of this poem even further abstracted, it would look like this. That kind of goes that way. There's like that. And then there's like that. You know, I mean, compositionally, it could be a number of things, a poem. But I think looking at it like this, right? Now it's a flower, right? If I scribble that on it, more a flower, if we sort of imagine that. But I think that's why, reading the poem itself can be helpful, right? It's called Marigolds. It's talking about petals, and it's sort of talking about this blooming. And these things they hint toward the fact that there are kind of the notion of flowers in this poem, which, if nothing else, helps justify the fact of reading it as a flower. Now, of course, I had the advantage of Nikki telling me for multiple streams for at least a couple weeks that she had submitted a concrete poem. So I was pretty much primed to read this poem and see some kind of shape, right? So I had a little bit of we'll say, I won't call it an advantage, but a priming to see a flower in the shapes of words. But I can't unsee it now, so I can't see it from y'all's perspective, right? Bloom Again versus Citrus. Yellow Kissed versus Fire. There's some uncertainty there for me. Then the second half is just no contrast, no sun-kissed, just fire. Yeah, we have this hope, right? We have this hope of blooming these like positive things. And this is a way to like analyze things within a poem sometimes. Jeez. I don't know if I'm getting sick or if it's been so dry and because I sleep with my mouth open because I can't breathe through my nose that my throat hurts. I don't think this stream is going to be very long though. I'll drink lots of water though. So, a way we can analyze poems, kind of going back to what Reclusi said, is we can look at things, words, sort of in an abstract sense and their connotation, and it can tell us something about the way that the tone of a poem might be shifting, right? Take me back to October. I think that's a fairly, like, neutral tone. There's probably, like, maybe something slightly nice about that, the idea of, like, reminiscing, going back, but that might not be the case for, like, everyone. So it's kind of, like, neutral, right, on its own. Not necessarily a positive feeling, not necessarily a negative feeling. But then, like, let me watch us bloom again. Like, that's full of, like, really positive things, right? Bloom, right? Blooming again, watching us. And then citrus yellow kissed, right? Really nice things. And then even fire is kind of warm, especially within October, right? Fire is nice. Fire is warm. It's more positive. Even though there is sort of a textual implication maybe that if we're going back to this, it is kind of over. Oh yeah, citrus is sour, I suppose. I really like citrus. But we could have citrus maybe be slightly negative or very negative, right? This is why poems are different for everyone. We can use an image like citrus, a symbol like citrus. And for some people, this can be a sour lemon, right? For some people, this can be a really nice, sweet orange, or it can be a tasty grapefruit, right? This can be like the nice citrusy tang of a lime, right? This can be a number of things. But and so on its own, right, citrus maybe has this more neutral connotation. But when we say citrus yellow, that's kind of like a bright, nice color, right? It's very vibrant, at very least. Even if it's vibrantly sour, it has life. And we're kissed by that yellow. So we're like sun-kissed, fire-kissed, marigold petal-kissed. And all of these things are probably like nice images. But it does maybe create some of that uncertain underpinning. The citrus, the sourness, the notion of if we're going back, then that thing is probably gone, right? And then as we go on, right? Flames. I think flames is a little more scary than fire, right? A fire is something warm. It's there. Flames, and to me it feels slightly more of like a sinister word, just generally. Flames spread. Flames burn things. A fire can maybe be like more contained. Burning through, maybe not great, especially burning through desire. Blinding, spoil, ash, winter. We maybe have some like still slightly positive things. Settling, petals. But those things really serve, right? Petals, good thing, spoils, right? Settling, nice, oh, but it's settling into a cold, hard ground. So as we look at that, right, we create this sort of arc for the poem that goes, from, and draw a chart here amongst the scribbles. If we have time as we go along in the poem, and we have like T for tone, T, graphing T against T. Probably shouldn't underline it, then it looks like I. We start more positive. Maybe we're starting more of like an iffy, like neutral. But either way, as we go along the poem, right, we sort of like come down, and we come down into like a harsher, more uncertain, more unstable kind of kind of situation, right? And it gets worse. I think this is a way we can like analyze really any poem. This sort of like how looking at how the tone changes, and maybe that can help us like understand the story of a poem. We can actually graph a lot of things like this, right? You can graph the sort of like energy and pace of something, or like where it has tension and release. You can do a number of things this way. um, but yeah, so I think that feeling is very very real, and I think that works quite nicely with the way the poem is structured. Oftentimes we think of positive things maybe as things that are like not for everyone, but like looking at the structure here, right? It's sort of stable. There's a safety, even, or a coherence at very least, to words being arranged in a sort of block like this. Whereas as we move down, we become incoherent, we become unsafe, we become scattered, we become drifting. And that's nicely supported by the fact that we also shift into this negative connotation. And maybe this graph is slightly wrong. I mean, actually, I kind of drew it quite well, right? It plunges pretty fast, and that creates for like a very dramatic moment. We even think about graphs like this, right? If something very slowly kind of changes tone, it's not necessarily going to feel like a dramatic moment, but a poem like this might feel like a creeping dread that settles in, or a slow loss, or like a coming to a realization. Where this one is like sudden realization, inflection point, and then like suffering, right? We can think about a poem that starts bad, or a story that starts bad, and then we have very sudden fortune, and then everything is good. And that makes this moment like very important. There's a great video, Kurt Vonnegut graphing stories. It's pretty much where I pull a lot of this from. It's free on YouTube. Vonnegut of Slaughterhouse-Five and other books. Um, so really, I think that puts a lot of like sort of pressure, tension on or, right? Or is a word that's sort of doing a lot here. Or is a poem. It's taking us from one thing to the next, and I think it makes a lot of sense then that or is its own word, kind of floating within everything else. It almost, even though it's just one line away, doesn't quite feel attached to this stanza, right? And it doesn't quite feel attached to this stanza, so it ends up like floating in between. And really, we can think about like this poem. There's uncertainty in the whole thing. We don't know. And maybe it makes this poem less certain than I said earlier, because the whole thing hinges on the fact that it might be this and it might be this. We can go high and it can be good and we can bloom again, or we can go low, or we've already rotted and suffered and spoiled and it's cold hard ground from here, right? Which maybe makes it a closer reflection to the other version of this poem we read before. Thank you, Nikki. I was going to look up marigolds at some point, but I got distracted. I do want to state something people won't just know. Marigolds are one of the birth flowers of October and symbolize prosperity, optimism, and joy. Also, I was born in October. I do love my layers. That's badass. So understandable, the regular October mentions. Birth. Okay, so marigolds. We have our plant symbol, as we teased at earlier. Birth, right? Or no, they're a birth flower, which just means they're from that month. But they symbolize prosperity, optimism, prosperity, optimism, joy, right? This makes a lot of sense, right? Literally marigolds, right? They're gold. They're also like yellow, more literally, or orange, and these are very bright, optimistic, happy colors. Desert marigolds are so beautiful. I love them. So this even like further maybe like reinforces our poem's meaning, right? This is a cool thing. Sometimes when we have short poems, we end up with something very dense, where we're packing a lot of meaning into a very small space. This is very, you know, forceful and strong and meaning packed flower we have here. Um, but looking at the structure of the poem, right? The top is the actual gold, prosperous, beautiful part of the marigold, right? It's the flower itself and the part that we usually recognize as the flower. Uh, and so this is the part that we have all of our positive stuff, right? Take me back to October. Let me watch us bloom again. Citrus yellow kissed by fire. And then, or, right? We can have the beautiful flower, or we can have the deteriorating stem. The fact that our relationship is crumbling underneath us and this love is sort of not supported on something strong. Did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil like flecks of ash settling into winter soil? Right. So we have the flower and its prosperity and its joy, right? I mean, relationships, good relationships are often associated with prosperity, with joy, right? Um, and then, of course, the opposite of that, there's not going to be joy in a failed relationship, nor will there be prosperity. Um, so yeah, that just makes sense. That's none of that's surprising, right? It works very well with the poem, and that's a wonderful layer, Nikki. My initial reading was so different. Titles do matter, I guess. Lol. Titles matter, time matters, right? The more time we attend to a work, attend, I just mean sort of the a version of attention, right? To attend to something is to give it attention. The more time we attend to a poem, uh, the more we understand about it. And, this is why I always read the poems multiple times throughout the stream, why I go back to them, why I'm scribbling all over them, right? Because this is my way of figuring them out. When I read this poem the first time, I did not have, any of this going on in my head, right? This wasn't just like there. Um, what I did say was like, it looks like a flower. It's called marigolds. Maybe there's meaning here. We'll come back to that later, right? And then we talked about, someone mentioned this metaphor. So we talked about it and broke it down, right? And as we give time to these things and sort of figure them out, and of course I can figure them out quite quickly because I do this, I do this with 10 poems a week or something. Maybe more if you count the ones on my own time. I'm not sure. It varies. Of course, right? I sort of can like make these connections. Now, just because I make these like big level connections and span all these things very quickly doesn't mean that I'm right. Every interpretation is valid, and I think beautiful, right? That everyone can sort of interpret things differently. I mean, that was the difference between you saying citrus to me is sour, and to me citrus is lovely. I have a lemon every day. I put it in a smoothie, so it's like a little lessened, but I love lemons. I love oranges. I love grapefruit. So citrus is really nice. And the compounding of those differences can lead us to have vastly different interpretations of a work, right? You not immediately seeing flower, or maybe even not acknowledging that this even still looks like a flower. You can still refuse, right? It's a vague flower. You can just say, no, this isn't a flower to me. But if it's not, you can still interpret the poem outside that context and still, have a meaningful attentive textual reading of something, or non-textual, right? You could just run with citrus and whatever. Stanley is around. Welcome. Hello. That's yeah, you're around. My name is Imogen. We talk about writing here. I scribble on poems and stories and essays, and it's much fun and educational or something. I think the first half is self-reflection. Us bloom again growth versus citrus sour. The time we spent together. It is a period of growth. Was it a period of growth, or was it always toxic? Oh, it's this question, right? Take me back to October. Let me watch us bloom again. And then sort of an aside, right? An aside, a M dash that takes us in another direction. Citrus yellow kissed by the fire, right? M dashes are very vague. They can be like a reiteration of the same thing or an aside to talk about something else. But if it's an aside, right, we bloom again, or would that never happen? Were we always citrus kissed? Were we always sour, right? I mean, we probably wouldn't want, if we think literally, citrus on a kiss, right? I see. Yeah. So if we take this meaning, right, we're questioning this. Yeah, I think so. Or to me, right, points that this fire is different than these flames, because or has this moment of change from one thing to another. Uh, yeah, we lost stream for a second. Okay, we're back though. Geez. I'll have to reset the Wi-Fi or whatever. Rewind a little bit. Yeah, I died. That's fine. Um, so yeah, we were talking about this opening stanza, and I'm saying like, yeah, we totally could have um, citrus be this sort of sourness for I think all the reasons you said make a lot of sense, right? Uh, and maybe this is an or, not in a sense of opposites in this case, but in a sense of escalation, right? Were we, um, kind of sour and toxic, but beautiful, right? Was there beauty in this bad thing? Or was it just bad, right? Was it just desire that we burnt through? Was it just this sort of, I mean, we can think of desire as maybe something sweet, but if we just burn through it, maybe we come to that sourness. Um, was it beautiful and tragic? Was it beautiful and flawed, beautiful and toxic? Or was it just bad for both of us? I think that's totally another way to read this poem, right? That actually makes a lot of sense to me. Or did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil like flecks of ash settling into winter soil, right? Or does not have one meaning. A word very rarely has to have one meaning, and even something as small as or can have a variety of interpretations. So or, right, can say, you know, can point to things being opposite. It's good or it's something else, right? And oftentimes, I think the human brain, fills in a dualistic, it's good or it's bad, right? But, and this is especially pertinent when we put a metaphor here, right? It is good or it is like, like a tree falling, we'll say. And we can read this as, well, this or is pointing to the fact that a tree falling is bad, right? If it's good or it's this, it's like a tree falling. But maybe the context of the poem can change the meaning of or here. It's good, right? Something is good. Or it is a tree falling, and maybe we're going to like use this wood, right? We're going to like, it's useful. And we're going to like make something and it's going to be beautiful. And then it's actually, this is good or it's better, right? Um, so it can be escalation, right? We can think of filling that in with it's good or, right, it's great. It's good or it's bad, it's good or it's great, it's good or it's awful, it's good or it's, you know, nothing. So or doesn't have to mean, right, that these things are entirely different from each other. It can just mean that they have some difference, right? And I think, you know, uh, having a flexibility of mind is maybe what allows at least me to be able to sort of like connect the words in this way. Uh, you're like, if every word's definition becomes dependent on the context around it, and you reframe one piece of context, if your mind is flexible, you can reframe the definition of or in this case to mean something that aligns with that context that you've interpreted. Um, which is a very powerful frame of mind to be in. It's not one that's easy to explain, but I don't know. It's very post-truth or something. uh, but yeah, that's so I think the poem can work really reasonably both ways, right? It's good or it's bad, or it's kind of bad, or it's really bad. Oh yeah, I lack the understanding and reading experience within this context that I often take things a bit too literally, or standard. A skill you learn. Yeah, analyzing a poem and the sort of facets of it are, you know, absolutely learned skills, right? It's taken me literally, you know, hundreds, reading hundreds of poems to come to this realization. And that's not even to say that I think another person would come to this same realization. Really, like, my sort of truth that I have come to within poetry is that there is no truth in poetry. There is no correct, there is no right interpretation, there is no wrong interpretation. There are just a bunch of words on a page and a series of like contextual connections you can make between them. Not everyone would agree with this. Some people are like, no, that's fucking stupid. The author intended something, and there's a message here, and we want to find that message. Um, that's not what I do. That's not what I want to do. I find that boring. so so that's why, you know, when I'm presented with a new piece of information, Reclusi's interpretation of the flower top, right? I'm able to then like reframe this word within that context, which reframes this section within this new chunk of context, right? Uh, and that doesn't mean that the interpretation of kind of bad and worse is a better interpretation than good and bad. It just means that there are two very clear different ways to interpret this poem, depending on how we read something like that. And I mean, like, the root, the fundamental root of that difference can be something as small as Reclusi seeing citrus as something bad, something sour. Because if I don't read citrus this way, I don't think I ever come to this interpretation, right? And it shows another facet, another way this poem can be read. I do want to say or is 100% a hinge word. It's almost the most important word in this poem. And just its positioning is so good, right? The way that it floats between like these I need another color. Jeez. The way it floats, right, between these three things. And it almost feels like, you know, if this is such a mess. um, okay, we're gonna erase some of that. Or is like it floats here, right? And it's almost as if like this I don't know, the composition of this feels so precarious, right? This top part wants to fall over. It wants to fall that way. Like if we just look at that shape, right? It feels so off kilter and broken, and like it's collapsing to me, especially when we acknowledge that there's a big giant ball of flour on top, right? Uh and we can think of ore as either the single thing holding up, this person's conception of their lover, right? The mere possibility, the fact of the ore allows the speaker to, hold on to love. Just as long as there is a possibility, as long as an ore can still be there. And yet, right, the ore is failing. At least I think this is an interpretation I like. The ore is failing. The top of the flower is falling. The petals are crumbling. The evidence is all around. But there's still an ore. That's maybe like a very far into like a psychological reading of this poem, right? That the human mind will hold on to hope so long as there is any chance, so long as there is an ore. And that's a way to maybe blow this poem out to the philosophic level, which I do appreciate, right? Sometimes it's those small poems really, really pack a punch. um, oh man, I didn't purposely write with ambiguity on purpose and had. Oh man, if I didn't write purposely with ambiguity on purpose, and had a "this is how I want it to be interpreted" attitude, I would die having my poetry analyzed, right? That would suck. I would be such a fool. You'd be like, why isn't this person getting my poetry? Uh, be thou wrecked. What a great name. Hanging on to a fading relationship like a plant trying to hang on to life without getting watered. Yeah, I think that could be a very, very succinct way to sum up a reading, one interpretation of this poem, right? Hanging on to this fading thing. Or another way to read it would be, you know, questioning, questioning whether this thing was rotten from the beginning or whether it had a chance to grow, right? That's another way to describe the tone of this poem, which is sort of Reclusi's reading that we discussed. And yeah. I've been here for a few minutes listening. I like the vibe around here. I'm glad you like the vibe. Be thou wrecked. So how this works is this is a poem submitted from a chatter, from Nikki, who's in chat right now. And people send me poems, stories, essays, and I read them, I talk about them, and do my little scribbles. And that's basically what happens on this stream. My name is Imogen. Welcome. Reclusi, you said abusive relationship might make sense here as well. But I should let us stick to one thing at a time. Ah, no, I love not sticking to one thing. I love new ideas. Abusive relationship could certainly be applied here, right? Thank you for subscribing, Wobbledopsy. That's wild. Um, right, whenever we're talking about a relationship that's like crumbling, as you said, right, sour with the citrus, toxic, right? We could imagine that, right, this could be an abusive relationship. I mean, we could even think of, I don't know, maybe we could interpret petals spoiling and the change of color from light to dark as something like bruising. Petals, maybe one's arms or something like that. Uh, and I think maybe someone with more of a personal experience within an abusive relationship might be more ready to apply an interpretation like that to this poem. I don't think my mind personally goes to that place, but it could. The flower being heavy on top, representing the kind of cycle of abuse, honeymoon after abuse. So okay, so we kind of return to the ore, to the possibility, right? To the goodness and to the hope, to the gleaming sun of this relationship, and maybe even this take me back to the good part, right? But then we burn and we burn through desire and we're blinded and we hurt and then the whole cold hard ground or whatever, right? And then we reread the poem and we return. That's sort of maybe even a meta narrative, a meta analysis of the poem is the fact of continuing to reread it, continuing to return to life and then rot and then beautiful and then rot is kind of like that. I could see it, right? Citrus can also add color slash zest slash flavor, not just sourness. Absolutely. And that was my initial reading of citrus, is it's bright and it's joyful and it's, this yellow, colorful, as opposed to the spoiling and the rot later, right? It creates a nice color contrast, connects also to the marigold title, right? The flower, which is so cool, right? That can really strongly change the way that we read this whole poem based on our personal association with lemons or limes or grapefruits, or are there other citruses? Those are like the big three, right? Oranges, lemons, lime. Oh, oranges. Yeah, so there's like four. I mean, grapefruit doesn't even make it into. I feel like it's like the big three: oranges, lemons, limes. Are there other citruses? Do people eat? I mean, there's lots of kinds of lemons, right? They have like Meyer lemons, and they have like normal lemons, and they have like the little lemons. I don't know. Not an expert. The most difficult thing was I tried keeping meter and rhyme, so there's something less broken in the noise. Did flames burn through desire, blinding us? Did flames? Let's see if I can. Or did flames or did flames burn through desire? That's like very iambic, right? Did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil, like flecks of ash settling into winter soil. I feel iambic in these two, right? Or these three, right? Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Blinding us as petals spoil. Ah, like flecks of ash settling into winter soil. So we do have this like a did flames burn through desire? Oh, because we have the fire. So we have this like AA thing. So it does almost go, but by fire, or did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil, like flecks of ash settling into winter soil. We have like as and ash as well, which pseudo rhyme, and also are just kind of cool because they're like the same word with an H added. Desire rhymes with the previous stanza. I got there, yeah. That's very cool, right? So there is something less broken in the noise. I sometimes spend hours deciding on an image for that very reason. Yeah, the amount of detail in this poem is really impressive, right? And the intentionality. This hardly looks like a poem anymore. How long did it take you to write this, Nikki, overall? I don't think I've ever asked you this, but you have these very detailed, intentional, structured, sonically consistent, tonally consistent poems. How long did you spend on this one? If you're willing to share. That's very, it's a curiosity of mine. Because I don't spend a long time on my poems. I usually write them and then they're done. I think I spent about 3 or 4 hours actually writing it, but I percolated on it for a few days. What does William Blake say? What does William Blake say? Gotta get the exact wording, even though I know the quote. To create a little flower is the labor of ages. William Blake from The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, in the Proverbs of Hell. Yeah, right. It takes a very long time to create something simple and beautiful, but also as layered and colorful and meaningful as like life itself, right? A little flower. And I think, you know, you've done something quite impressive here. I percolate on like a vague idea or a single line for a few days, and when it finally hits, it flows. See, I also think it's so cool, right? That everyone has their own process, right? And we all sort of create beautiful things in different ways. In the same way that we read things different ways. Percolating is the key, absolutely. I guess for some people, right? Without having anything profound to say about it, I really just like this poem. It's so pleasing. It really is, right? Um, it is this nice length, right? Where like it's a couple breaths long. Um, it, has this nice change, this nice moment of a shift. It has this settling into an end. Burn through desire is also interesting. Desire itself is already very flame-like, IMO. Burns through moments. Yeah, burns through desire on its own thing. Uh, like a candle burning itself out, right? Like the desire is burning, and the desire is burning through desire, as like burning oneself out, right? Very common phrase and a phrase that happens in relationships. So it's a good line. I've been fascinated by that phrase too, since burn through something can also mean to use it up. Yeah, to burn through versus to like burn up. Yeah. Yeah. Use up, burn out, burn. It kind of means all those things. Very nicely vague in a way that can be interpreted in many ways. Oh, by the way, this is a really awesome poem. I've been throwing around ideas without giving you your flowers. Ah, that's funny. Um, yeah, giving flowers. That is important. Also, I can't be the only one who thought petals being tied to does he love me thing, lol. What do you, I can't be the only one who thought petals being tied to does he love me thing. Does he love me as in like just as in like flowers as something we give to a lover, so petals spoiling is like this sort of imagery of he loves me not. Wait. Like he loves me not as you pick off what? As you pull off a flower. Do what is this? What is this thing? um okay, so you different generation clearly Google it. You pull petals off a flower and you say okay. I'll look it up. Uh part of this is also maybe just growing up as a emotionally unavailable boy. He loves me, he loves me not flower. Okay. Wikipedia, my goat. Uh it's from French. One seeks to determine the object. Okay, the person plays the game. He speaks. He or she loves me and loves me not while picking off one petal of a flower, usually a daisy. Each phrase. Oh, so then the one you end on is that. Humorous twist is he loves me lots. Faust does this in. Oh, Gretchen does this in Faust. I see. I didn't read enough Faust. I stopped after like halfway through the opening. I really liked it. I just didn't finish it. I gotta go finish Faust. Um, okay. Yeah, okay, absolutely. And then like with the petals like spoiling, falling off, falling down. Uh, yeah. Yeah, you're cooking, Reclusi. That's a banger. Have I never heard of it? I guess not until now. um, yeah, that totally makes sense, right? And there's sort of falling down to the ground. It's a stillness. Yeah. So many so many layers of meaning. That's a good thing with these big symbols, right? Flowers. When you take a symbol like flowers, for example, these symbols are very difficult, right? Because they are big. Flowers, flowers end up being like associated with a million things because they're a big symbol. This is the same as using like the moon or the stars as symbols, right? They connect to like so many different interpretations and cultures, right? Um, which can make them very difficult to control, right? Sometimes, maybe this has happened on stream, I don't know. Sometimes, I read a poem and I look at a symbol and I'm like, there are all these different things a symbol can mean. And it can take us in a number of directions, like the citrus, right? The citrus can be flavor or the citrus can be sour, right? But flowers even have like so many more. And this can be like a very difficult thing to do in poetry because like the number of associations with flowers can actually take the poem in unexpected directions that we might not want as a writer. Because sometimes we do want to communicate something very specific. But like you said, Nikki, um, Nikki, that totally broke my brain. Uh, 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 oh, because I was gonna say vague, right? And I put the V there. You seek vagueness, right? And when we use really broad symbols in poetry, like flowers, they do something really good for us, which is lend themselves to vagueness, right? You put in flowers, and people can think of the flowers, love me not thing. They can think of, the actual like symbolic associations with the flower itself and marigolds. All the meanings of like love and whatever kind of attached to this symbol. Frailty, fragility. We didn't even mention that in this poem, but I think this whole poem could be about fragility and the propensity of things to fall apart, right? We have this in the rotting and the ash, very kind of fragile symbols. Innocence, flowers are sometimes associated with girlhood, innocence, and perhaps this oar and this holding on is similarly symbolic to that. But all of these feel like they work nicely in this poem, right? Because you've leaned into the vagueness, and this poem is simple in a way that the vagueness can kind of wrap around it and lift up the whole thing, for lack of better words or picture. Um, so now, if we're trying to write a very specific poem and we want to say something very clear, we might try to use a symbol that's more narrow, right? When we take a symbol, let's say the Christian cross is a pretty like narrow symbol. I guess it actually can be quite broad because of like many people having different associations with the cross. It's too big of a symbol. Although it is like salvation, like most forcefully, it's probably not a great example. Um, Maybe to use another Christian one because religions are great for symbols. The apple, or like the fruit in Eden, is like sin, and it's like that's the one meaning, right? Very little outside of that we can associate. Um, when we want to write a very narrow poem that communicates something specific, right, using narrower symbols can help us. If we threw a flower into a poem that we want to say something very clear, we might actually end up sending ourselves off the rails. And that's something to think about as writers, as poets, as even in prose, right? Symbols are very important for some authors. I think of an author like Murakami, or an author like Garcia Marquez, where these objects recur in stories and they represent things symbolically. I guess those are both magical realists. That's interesting. Hemingway, strong symbols. The fish in Old Man in the Sea, and the boat, and all of that. That's interesting. Hemingway and symbols. Maybe I need to think about that. Because Hemingway writes very simply, and maybe his strong use of symbols is what makes a lot of his writing so effective, because it gives these like touch points for the reader to like start applying all sorts of their own ideas. You know, in Old Man in the Sea, like, what is the fish? What is that symbolizing for this man, right? Um, I should read more Hemingway. Anyway, that's totally but beside the point. Uh, allegories and symbols are similar, right? Uh, Actually, what is an allegory? Representation of abstract ideas or principles by characters, figures, or even narrative, dramatic, or pictorial form. So an allegory is like a person, right? Um, a character might be. Oh, an allegory, third definition, is also just a symbolic representation. So they're very similar. I think allegories tend to be people. So you might have a character who's a Christ allegory, because they go through like a similar like process and story arc as Christ. That's something you hear of a lot, the Christ allegory. Um, I'm using Christianity a lot because I live in America. I'm not Christian. Um, can't be Christian because I like the teachings of Christ. um, it would seem in America. Uh, yeah, so allegory is similar to symbol, right? You really like October. Yeah. This poem's more of another. I almost see this as another version of the other poem, Ishmael. Or, sorry, Pinguino. Something about Mutis and Miso and Baby Pinguino. Like, they're very similar to me in my brain. You can have like a very sickly character that is an allegory of death. Yeah. Yeah. That as well. Uh, or like a king who is like an allegorical good, um, who transcends their a character that transcends their sort of physical form, right, to become symbol. This is something that I really love in literature, when a character stops being human because they like transition into symbol. It's almost like an ascension into godhood. Uh, Christ is known for his analogies, as is Socrates. Yeah. Didn't even capitalize October, -5 English skills. There are 0 capitals in the poem. Yeah, October lowercase, and we even have periods. Um, no capitals anywhere. This is definitely similar to how I write poetry. I'm a 0 capitalization poet almost always. Uh, why? I think it's I so I think this does a couple things. I think it's useful in concrete poems. I think it probably helps our eye look towards the shape. Um, like a capital O would really stick out here, out of the form, right? And if we do all lowercase, it sort of keeps all of the words looking the same, so nothing sticks out and contrasts. Um, that's how it feels to me. But also, I mean, I don't know. When we have no capitals, sometimes we get the feeling of something subtly being informal. Uh, is one way to think about that, right? A lack of capitals is sort of a symbol to go back to that notion of informality. Uh, but I think it can also just be like informal, casual, but also perhaps relaxed. It could be sort of vulnerable in a way. Uh, in that it's sort of like thought and speech. If we think of like texting, um, where it's like closer to one's thought and mind, where uppercase is sort of like an imposition of proper grammar, uh, is like a way to think about that maybe. And Christ has the Taylor Swift gimmick. It is as simple as possible, but still fails to get the point across. That's crazy work. Um, I'm a huge fan of lowercase. A lowercase I. Yeah, lowercase I can be really cool in poems. Definitely one of the reasons, but also I tend to capitalize every line when I write poetry. So this was showing something to me. Personally, that change isn't always bad. And yeah, we can think about like if we capitalize the first of every line, right? If we were like capital T, capital T, capital U, capital Y, capital B, it would be really imbalanced, right? We'd have all this weight on the left side of our image. That'd be really like gross, I think. It could probably work in a concrete poem intentionally, but I think it would feel like it's left heavy, especially when not balanced with like a punctuation or something. 90% of my stuff is about deficiency. I need to branch out. Yeah, branching out can be useful. Uh, yeah, and I think this is a very good example of branching out, creating something quite compelling, because you very much have, Nikki. And it's branching out, but it's still you, right? It's still your sound and your tone and your very common like themes and ideas. October, it's still your lightness and your flow, right? It's just that we've done something, different. Um, Anything else about this poem? I think we've been talking about it for almost an hour and a half now, which is a lovely amount of time to get out of so few words. How many words are in this poem? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11. 31, right? 31 words for an hour and a half. That's a pretty good return, right? 3 minutes per word. Some poems or works get significantly less than that. That's why short poems are nice sometimes, right? We can give an increased amount of attention, attend more deeply to the poem, an increased amount of attention to each word, to each part, and think about it more deeply. And we can get all of these thoughts, right, from something very small. Or sometimes if there's a lot, we just get bogged down by the size. Honestly, it was yellow, but I was thinking of a sweet lemonade lemon as I wrote it. I see. You're asking about the citrus, bright flavors. Yeah, and I think both readings still work though, and I think maybe even lemon was a subconscious choice. Like, who knows, right? Maybe lemon fit subconsciously with what you were writing, because lemon was sweetness with some, sour association, and that's what this poem is. Maybe if you were writing a just happy poem, you would have chosen something like honey, something also yellow and sweet, right? So, could even have been out of your own control. I think allegory is when the relation between the shown and meant relies on the plot and not a stationary category, the nature of the representative material. Sorry for answering late. Yeah, I mean, cool. Uh, between the shown and meant relies on the plot and not a station. I see. So it's like relating to the story. That makes sense. I also don't have room in my brain, or maybe I don't want to have room in my brain for precise definitions of literary devices. I really hate them. I'm really low on even like alliteration and rhyme. I don't like them. I like sound. I like broader, intuitive ways of categorizing what stories are doing, and I really dislike precise definitions, because then you end up like defining down to like hyper specific like patterns of verse, and I just hate that shit because I don't want to know all those words. Uh, Maybe I'll learn them over time, but for me, I'm like allegory, Christ allegory. You know, it's something in that vicinity, because I heard, you know, someone talking about Christ allegories once. Um, but okay, symbol relating to story. I'll still keep it. I mean, marigolds are literally orangey yellow with burnt red edges. Yeah, what a great color and symbol for this poem. Anyway, I think that's all for this. Unless anyone has any further comments, further flowers to give to Nikki, further questions. If Nikki has more questions, if anyone has questions for me, uh, all of these are welcome and encouraged. Fantastic poem for sure. Poggers, yes. This poem is poggers. uh, what a great word. And here it is again. I'll read it again so we can bask in it one last time, if we can manage to read the words underneath my aggression. Marigolds by Nikki. Take me back to October. Let me watch us bloom again, citrus yellow kissed by fire. Or did flames burn through desire, blinding us as petals spoil like flecks of ash, settling into winter soil? Marigolds. I like petals and settle. I don't think I mentioned that one before. Good sounds. Thank you so much for submitting, Nikki. It is with immense gratitude that I read the things that you all send me. It teaches me so much, and I am so glad and grateful that I can teach things to other people as well. That's really exciting and cool. Talented people in here for sure. Talented, practiced, skilled, all of the above, depending on who we're talking about. Many such words for many such things. Nikki is certainly practiced. Certainly that. Probably talented too. But I'm not sure. Don't know the whole story. Currently walking in the park? That sounds really lovely. I guess probably if the weather is decent where you are. I wouldn't want to go walk in the park right now. I'm stretching. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a few minutes and then return. During this break, I ask that you all drink some water, go to the bathroom, stand up. Please, like, get away from the screen. Put the screen down if it's a phone, or walk away from the screen if it's a computer or TV. And all at the same time, maybe not all at the same time. And yeah, do something to take care of your body. It deserves it. You deserve it. You deserve to do that for you. Yeah. You've been taking care of the mind. Now do something for the body. That's what I'm trying to say. We will be back in a moment. See you then. Yo. Um, trying to, welcome back. Walking to try to get the weight down to Chad levels. Yeah, so Reclusi, Chad is a high desirable male, from a specific meme or image, basically. I think it's a soy jack. It might be another kind of thing in that Wojak sphere. Not a Wojak, though. Um, which is like the alpha male Chad, who's this guy with muscles and golden hair. Uh, and and then he's contrasted against the like beta male. This sort of goes far back in time. This is this is far back before clavicular. This is sort of the culture that clavicular originated from, and it sounds like Ray doesn't know who clavicular is, but basically like, uh, yeah, Chad existed, or like the people on 4chan talking about Chads walked so Andrew Tate could run, and Andrew Tate walked so clavicular could run. Uh, Clavicular is a looks maxer, for those who aren't aware, which means he seeks to maximize his own appearance through a number of interesting ways, including bone smashing, meth, peptides, uh, whatever, like things like, yeah, whatever, all that stuff. um, and and we don't like him very much. I know what chap means, but it's become specific these days, Imogen. You should know this. You're being super jester right now. Yeah, I mean, basically, you that's correct. Uh, from what I saw about Clavicular at the beginning, it was funny, but after some more issues, it's sad. He's just some kid with mental. Yeah, he's super. It's super. It's super sad, right? That we live in this hyper competitive culture and system, uh, where people, where men uh, receive so little validation and like support and genuine emotional connection and care that they're pushed into these hyper, uh, I don't know, radicalized corners of the internet where then they basically hate women, and then create these, you know, systems to, you know, whatever the fuck they do. It's a 20-year-old kid that ruined his body and brain doing performance-enhancing drugs at 14. Now does meth. I mean, he only did meth for a bit. He was meth maxing to lose weight, and then he stopped. He doesn't, like, I don't think he just does meth. Um, but yeah, it's sad. Didn't he struggle picking up a slice of pizza on stream? I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of, like, the clips or whatever. And didn't eat it. It's tragic and regrettable. Absolutely, yeah. Um, quite sad. Uh, something that I think, like, I don't know, caring and loving community and, like, body positivity. These are things that I think that can, like, help with. I think being kind to men. I think there are a lot of handsome men who have never heard someone tell them that they're handsome, you know? Uh, because men don't really get their flowers, right? There's that thing, the first flowers a man gets are on his grave. Um, whereas, you know, like among women, and I guess having been on both sides of this, gender wise, there's a culture, right, of so much more like, oh my gosh, you look so good today. Like, I love your outfit. Like, these kinds of things, right? Men just don't do that because that's like gay or whatever, because of some, you know, cultural identity of non vulnerability, right? I sent my dad flowers and he rang me so happy he'd never received any. That is both incredibly beautiful and happy, right? And very sad, um, to not have received flowers until like literally the age of having a child, right? Um, I don't know. When I was playing music, when I was like doing a lot of music and performing a lot, you know, people give flowers to people when they like perform and do like classical music. Uh, I bet that would have meant a lot to me if I had gotten them. Have I ever gotten flowers? Having mostly been a man all my life, or identifying as such, woman for a little bit, and then neither. I don't think I've gotten. I've never been given flowers. um, as far as I can recall. I have been given a flower crown, but it wasn't actually given. I was just allowed to wear it for a little bit. And I was quite happy in that moment. I still think about that flower crown, obviously. Um, and maybe if I had more flower crowns, I would have known I was gay as fuck much earlier. Um, so there's that. Um, or, you know, just not gender and sexuality conforming. Um, I definitely experienced that in the military. Showing kindness and appreciation for other men is seen as gay or cringe, irrational, really. Yeah, and like, it's it's fucked up. And I think it depends on like where you are and your own like cultural setting, and it's probably like better than it has been, but also probably in many ways worse because of the internet, and the internet being such a hostile space. And if there are people who spend all of their time online, I think it's very rare that you see people being like supportive and kind on the internet, especially probably in those places like 4chan that are like hyper toxic and edgy. So it's very hard for someone in that situation to ever get like complimented and support. Um, and then they're probably like seen societally as an outcast, so they see themselves as an outcast, and then they need to justify themselves. So then they like looks max or whatever, and you're still just like, um, probably sad. Yeah. I think I'm good to read another thing. Uh, given the how my throat and mind and body feel. So, uh, I don't know who has things submitted, but if you do, una flor para otra flor, a flower for another flower. Is that like a common saying in Espanol? I've never heard it because I mostly just speak English. By the way, I literally called someone handsome this morning, so I'm doing my part. That's badass, Nikki. You're doing good work out there. Super lucky. I grew up in a very progressive family. I was able to figure myself out and experiment while I was young, which puts you in a position in an older age where you feel comfortable with who you are and can enjoy life. I'm so glad to hear that. That's really nice. And sadly, there's a lot of people who don't get that experience, but that you have, that's good, and that's certainly worth being, celebrating. Pride Month and shit. Yeah, for this Pride Month, I don't know. Give lots of compliments to handsome straight men. I think that's that's what we should be doing. Like calling someone a flower for another flower. Oh, that's so cute. I see. Um, that's nice. Us handsome straight men have had it rough for too long, right? um, yeah, I mean, be supportive and kind to everyone, right? And probably especially supportive and kind to queer people, but that doesn't mean not being supportive and kind to everyone, and all that. Yeah. Who else has things submitted to me? We just read something by Ray very recently. We obviously just read Nikki. Do any of you have things? Pinguino, do you have things in my submissions? Wobble Dobbsy doesn't. Genuinely, like, no one? No one that I haven't, like, read recently? So I could revisit someone. What are the requirements for submitting? Have something, join the Discord, send it. Pretty chill, if you ask me. Yeah. No AI in any capacity, please. And no work that is written hatefully. Depictions of such things are okay. Depictions of all sorts of things are okay. Just not something that is actively hateful toward a group of people. Um, but like, violence is fine, all that. Just poems, or do you do more novel stuff? I do any kind of writing. Uh, I guess maybe not any kind. I would be pretty lost if someone sent me legal writing, as we joked about last stream. Uh, that being said, I think it'd be really funny if someone sent me like legal documents. Speaking of Discord and being selfish, IRL, me next. We read you pretty recently, and if Be Thou Wrecked is wanting to submit something, then that's definitely gonna be priority. Nikki sent the link in chat to the Discord, and then when you go in, there's like a stream submissions forum, basically, and then you put it in there. I'm at work, so let me see if I have anything accessible right now. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's totally fine. Good on you for watching Twitch during work. I think we need more of that. Yeah. As long as it's my stream. Genuine, how does one submit? You join our Discord server, uh, and then there's like a forum in the Discord. Nikki will send the Discord link in chat. Um, and then you join. You go into the forum in the Discord server. You send it. It can be a poem. It can be writing, novel, short story, anything, you know. And then I will read it at some point, right? Many people submit, and there are many things. One has to be present in chat at the time I am, looking for things, to for me to read their thing. Uh, I tend to prioritize newest people at the start. Um, Generally, so yours might be soon. Yours won't be immediately right now because if thou be wrecked is uh sending a poem, then they were sort of they've been in here for they're also new, but they're like I guess they asked first. But there's a good chance that I read two more things during this stream, in which case it could be thou be wrecked and your bless your blend your your blend is mine. You know, I'm gonna call you your. um I like that. Your. uh Lamau, another person having trouble. Yeah, what even is it? What is a blend is? Blend, you know? That's not my fault. That can't be my fault, right? um Feels like a Joe Mama name. Kind of does, right? Unfortunately, my profession, maybe computer code. Fortunately, not my profession. Maybe computer. Don't know what y'all are talking about. That's fine. I need to put a new one up since you are now out of my things. Wow, that's impressive. Something to be impatient about. Good, good, good. Um, Ozzy, you're calling this person penis. Sounds like you know each other from another chat. Where do I post the poem? So there's like the section in the Discord server is stream stuff, and then there's a forum called stream submissions, and you can make a new post within the forum. Makes a new post, and then you can put in text, or you can put in a screenshot, or you can put in a document. Uh, Either way, I will then screenshot that or just take the image and then drop it into my note app, and then I will scribble on it and talk about it and all of that. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it makes you like do a tag so you can put like poem or whatever because it's a poem. I think. Yeah, you said it's a poem. An autumn poem? Why are y'all sending autumn poems in June? This seems like really out of season. That being said, it's fine. I think I'm happy to escape into poetic worlds of cooler weather. I really like that. Yeah, keep sending autumn stuff, actually. I really like that idea. Listen, listen. I don't know, Nikki. You're kind of stuck in October. Kind of a bit October obsessed. Same reason why I buy Christmas decorations in January. Deep discounts. Get ahead of the curve. Okay, so I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, because then we're sort of talking about like half-rate poems, and I think y'all's poems are great. So discounted poems, discounted from free to free, maybe, is what's happening. Loki, actually, I might post something I actually finished, not my book. Yeah, that's okay. Work in progress, completed things are both fine. It's whatever you want to send, and you know, people over time generally send, you know, many submissions if you stick around. So there's always time in the future to to get to your work in progress, even if you send your completed stuff first. That totally, makes sense. Anyone created poem NFTs yet? Or poem coin? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to make a, a poem based cryptocurrency, so I can pump and dump it and oh, I'm punching things. I was gonna put the Discord server in chat, but I'm gonna ask Nikki to put the Discord in chat again for uh, your bleeness. I see. Your bleeness is mine. Gotcha. Bleeness. We made it. You got it. Poggers. That's Poggers. Autumn poem. Behold a poem. Autumnpoem.docs. Open. Bro, do not. Y'all in your file formats. It's really okay. Just whatever. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot it. No, you're good. Oh, you have like a picture of a leaf. A leaf. That's cute. No, I can do the screenshots since I'm already 90% of the way there. Usually, it's just always easier, right? Because I screenshot them anyway. But you're new here, so it doesn't really matter to me. Also, sending just like the plain text in the Discord message is fine for people who want to do that. Just giving you options. Because then I can just screenshot it from there and it's like a gray background, which is kind of nice. But this will work. Okay. Bam. Let's read a poem. Another poem. We never do that here. Never at all. I wonder how many poems I've read on stream. I don't have like a number or a running count. I think at this point it has to be like probably at least 200, but really I have no clue. A poem coin is where my poem gets an objective value of $0.001. Would be very sad. Yeah, it would be, but that's poetry. We're not in it for the money. Okay, so this is your poem, your autumn poem. Be thou wrecked, and I have a couple questions for you, which are optional, but you very well may desire to answer them. And basically, I just ask if you have any questions about your work. If you're looking for any feedback or would like me to focus on particular parts of the poem, I can do that. If not, I will generally just read over the poem and just talk about, what I see and what I notice, as you probably saw me doing with Nikki's poem. And another question is, are you fine with chat giving feedback? The general default here is that chat can give comments on the poems because chat is here, and I'm not trying to police chat. So that's another question. Yeah, that's really the big thing. Any guidance, direction, or questions from you is the big question, though. And if you don't have any, that's fine. Just say so, and I will read it and discuss it, and we will find our way along the way. Also, just a question as I'm looking at this. Is this last couplet attached to the rest of the poem? Like, is that part of the poem? There's just also a leaf in there. I just wasn't sure looking at it. I don't have any particular questions. This poem was just written in a burst of inspiration. All attached together. Awesome. Okay. Well, we will read it, and we will see what we find. And we will look into this autumn poem that emerged from a burst of inspiration. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Leaves lose their grip, there's no recall. Time's culling comes, so they fall. And selfish creatures that we are, we look at it all and say that's us. We are like those leaves cast away. A million fall, no regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. And yet, even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer is dead, or blushes orange, or ripens red. Like autumn's leaves, I wish to age, creating colors in a world of gray. I really like that last couplet. That's a very beautiful punctuation on the poem, right? Kind of just describing generally autumn and talking about the whole things. And then the end almost is a twist in a sense. It brings in a new idea, this idea of age and aging into color. Growing older yet growing more vivid as many gray. I think that's really beautiful. I was reading something with a very similar tone from a book that I'm reading right now called Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. It's a really excellent book about ecology and biology, but also about Native American ideas about land and nature and how they intertwine with science. And she was talking about aging, and she was likening herself to a pond, because as ponds age, they fill with algae and they fill with all sorts of life, right? And they become sort of overgrown in all of this stuff. And she was thinking that she hoped to age like a pond, where she would grow more and more full of, verdant, bountiful life. Pretty cool. I felt like I had to start with cliches of autumn to really make that last part shine. Although really the entire poem could just be the end. Yeah, it's sort of fascinating, right? That the whole poem, right? Like autumn's leaves I wish to age, creating colors in a world of gray. But I think you're right. Right? I think you're right that like somehow the setup of these like really common autumn tropes makes the last line land really hard. I think it lands extra hard even like with this picture. This picture does something really nice, right? It points us directly to the leaf, to the color, to the idea, but it also provides this separation, right? I even asked, right, is this last part connected to the rest of the poem? So when we have to scroll down and sort of do a little bit of work to get here, I think it really hits us harder. It's more of a punctuation, more of a punch. And yeah, and the fact, right, that this last line concerns a subversion of trope in a sense, right? The trope is growing old and gray, right? And yet we subvert it with the idea of growing old like leaves. And this whole poem is like a number of what we could call, as you describe, cliche, tropey kind of descriptions. And yet you subvert them by sort of bringing in this new, really original, lovely idea, right? And I think that's really cool. This is why I don't usually like people talking about cliches. There's no apostrophe there. Cliches is a bad thing, right? Because cliches can be very useful. Cliches are like this excellent shorthand, right? We're talking about autumn, we're talking about autumn things and all of this, and we can leverage those for our own meaning. And I think you do that here really well. Um, yeah. Hi, Face Your Fear. Hello, been a while, love the poem. Though I didn't know you also read chat's writing. Yeah, this is more of a new thing that I'm very much more open to taking prose and short stories and novel chapters and essays, and I've really been enjoying it. So I definitely do that. I've never seen a picture in poetry before. I saw it, but kind of looked past it. Yeah. It's taking the cliche and pushing it deeper. Also, I think cliche helps a reader follow when it's expressed nicely. Who cares? Right. Yeah. Yeah, the picture's really interesting. In the same way as the other poem we read, right? The concrete poem, we can look at this, and it's really hard to tell now with all the scribbles from earlier, but this was flower shaped at one point. You can still sort of see it in the words. And we can look at that and be like, oh, it's flower shaped and move past it. Or we can, take that thing, the image, the art, the flower shape, or the image of the leaf, and we can think about it and we can try to understand, how this functions within the poem and how it kind of supports what's going on. It looks like modern art. Yeah, I've had a number of people in chat say that I should, do something with these canvases, uh, and y'all may be right? um, Maybe when we resume the Two-Thirds Lotus publication, or the Poets of Twitch, or the Two-Thirds Lotus Poetry Journal, maybe they can be like covers or something of like front cover, back cover as two of the poems with their original scribbles. Still have to work on that though. You posted a picture of that one. Awesome. That would be awesome. Okay, that idea just came to me in the moment, and I think that might be really nice. I think it was Borges or some other South American poet who went, "Thank God Neruda never met the kitsch. Who knows what he could have done with that?" Yeah, yeah. The cliche, it's very sweet. It's very nice. And Neruda, right, a love poet, certainly might have might have enjoyed that. So let's look more into this poem. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. And so y'all may should I read the whole thing again? Should I just talk? Y'all may notice there's a rhythm, right? There's a something close to meter in this poem. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. It's a loose sort of verse. It doesn't necessarily seem to demand of itself being so precise, right? It's not strictly, I don't think we have the same number of syllables in every line. Autumn invites odes on mortality, 10, limited lifespans, human fragility. I think that's 11. Yeah. Tombstone clouds bury light, right? So we have like 10, 11, 8. So we're not talking about like a strict, whatever, iambic pentameter, which is what like our first line kind of is. Autumn invites odes on mortality. It's actually like a da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum, which is totally not iambic. It's not a ba-bum, ba-bum. Autumn invites. It's autumn invites odes on mortality. It's got a nice motion to it, right? So it's not even that, right? But it has this nice rhythm, and that rhythm is, of course, supported by our sounds at the end of the line, which give us this nice place to push toward. We're also doing some, like, autumn invites, limited lifespans, some like alliterative kind of action, which really makes it bouncy. Bouncy, I think, as having life, right? The sound of this poem does something really nice where it has life, it has energy, but the interesting thing is that it's not like the perfect, we'll say, iambic heartbeat, or it's not the perfect ballad kind of meter. It has some hiccups. It has some, you know, changes of direction to it. And I think when we think about this in the scope of the poem itself, right, it kind of makes a lot of sense. We're talking about having life within something that is fading, within something that is dying, right? Um, and so I think a verse like quality in something that isn't perfectly verse and even has this break with this like and yet, right? It's as if we're sort of slowing down, we're losing life. We even go from 6 lines to 5 lines to 4 lines, as if it's getting smaller, it's closing in, it's fading, and then 2 lines. But they lift us back up and they remind us of life. And the narrative almost follows this as well. Autumn invites odes of mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Leaves lose their grip, there's no recall, time's colon comes so they fall. So we're talking about like death, and we do say human fragility and limited lifespans, but we're mostly talking about tombstones and the colors of the leaves, and we're talking about, again, them falling, right? And then we sort of look more to the human, look more introspective. And selfish creatures that we are, we look at it all and say, that's us, right? Really leaning into the human dying. We are like the leaves cast away, just really on the nose. A million fall, no regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. Right? And yet, so again, we're slowing down. Even when we fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange and ripens red. And this sort of sets us up, right? It sets up that we're reframing something, right? You give us this yet, we have this change, and then we can sort of like emerge from it. So we have this poem that maybe gets, tonally, I was talking about this in the last poem, if we chart it, right? Time, tone, T and T. It starts like pretty negative tone. We're talking about like death and autumn and stuff. And then we bring it into like human death, and that's quite sad. But then it like kind of suddenly has this similar inflection point to what we were reading earlier. Yet we have a more positive tone. There's like, what do we have here? Colors in the falling of the leaves, all of that. And then this really genuine, like, positive ending, this positive note of like, and I will age like the leaves. And what this does, right, when we start with something negative and we start with something kind of sad, when we shift to something positive, the contrast creates an increased feeling of that positivity, right? We can think about this in so many ways. If you're really cold and you get into a hot shower, it's like way too hot. Or if it's really hot outside and you get in a cold shower, it's like extra refreshing, right? If you're really miserable for like 2 weeks and someone does a really small gesture of kindness to you, that can feel like the most overwhelmingly like beautiful gesture and act. Because a lot of times emotion is created out of contrast. And we have this poem that starts low and then goes high, which helps us feel that contrast. But it's also not jarring, right? Because we have this yet, and this yet sort of helps us smoothly, we'll say, transition, right, from the low to the really positive. It gives us a little buffer, before we get this really nice sweetness at the end. I think that works very well. I think a number of people said when we read it, like, yeah, those last lines really hit. Man, now my work feels very inferior. Then again, I also don't really write poems. I mean, I would encourage you not to think about it that way. Since everyone has different amounts of experience and perspectives, and while you can't write a poem like this, I'd imagine that whatever you write, Be Thou Wrecked would be unable to replicate your work, right? Because poems are so entirely personal and expressive that, I can't write a poem like this. And I think I'm probably a decent poet. And, that doesn't mean my work is bad. It's just different. Because I never would have thought to structure a poem in this way and to use this cool picture and tie it all together. I think it's badass. That's normal. Imogen helped me here a lot. It's about levels of experience. Yeah. The use of selfish is interesting here, right? We have the selfish creatures of humans. Because the statement made is very reflective. Usually our selfishness points toward immortality, but I guess selfish makes sense as well, making something other than ourselves about us. Regardless, even if it's about our own fragility, my fragility is mine. Or even that thing's fragility is mine, right? And I really like this observation. Selfish is sort of a fascinating word here. I think it also does something nice, right? It sets up for a contrast. And maybe part of the selfishness, right, is that we use the beauty of the fading leaf to be sort of like self-pitying, right? Maybe that's a selfish act, to be self-pitying. Because it's a very egoistic thing, I think, to be like, oh, woe is me, like, I'm gonna die and I'm fragile and frail and suffering. I think it's less selfish to look at the beauty of the world and say, yeah, I'm gonna appreciate the beauty of this phenomenon and apply it to myself, right? Because it's sort of this mutual upbringing of the leaf as beautiful and the human as beautiful, whereas to say, oh, it's gonna die and it's sad is sort of like this. I mean, maybe they're both impositions of thought, but who's to say that the leaf is, sad about its death? And you even have this, right? A million fall, no regard, right? And each that falls is one that wrote, no regard, no concern. And perhaps the selfishness is the concern. If we are concerned about our death, we are selfish because we are afraid. I mean, you speak of selfishness as immortality, right? The human desire to not die. But if you think about it, right, the fear of death is the same, the other side of the same coin as the desire for immortality, right? These things are linked. So when we make the leaf about death and our death, we are selfishly sort of calling death this bad thing. That makes this poem broadly, a very beautiful, right, thing about acceptance. I don't know how old you are, and I don't really need to know, but this poem feels very mature, right? It says, like, really, like, calmly and comfortably accepting this idea of death, but also using that idea as a way to find beauty and to continue to live life beautifully and with value. And I think that's a really powerful thing, especially in a society, a capitalist society, right, that tends to discard its old, right? If you didn't have, I mean, there are a lot of old people, right, who don't necessarily have like social security and stuff, or like a lot of it, or savings, because like the world we live in, uh, and that's in America, right? Maybe much harder in other places. Though maybe conversely, those places care much more for their elderly and respect them. But in America, right, modern Western kind of late capitalist places, the elderly get sort of pushed out of the picture, right? They're sort of gray. They're like generally ignored. Um, Many don't get the chance to age into color and age into beauty. Uh, and I think that's fairly sad. And many also accept that and internalize it. I don't think that's necessarily their fault, but it's sad. Hate to go philosophical here. I think this poem's very philosophical, so no need to hate it. I was getting philosophical. But there's a huge aesthetics angle here. The question about the beauty of nature and whether it's beautiful independently of us or not. Is the leaf beautiful if no human exists? The philosophy here alters the meaning of this poem heavily for me. I see. Um, hmm. You would say yes, because it could be beautiful simply for fulfilling its role in nature. Ah, interesting. So I think this actually tells me a lot about you, and it maybe makes sense that you've written this poem, Be Thou Wrecked. You sort of see an inherent beauty in the process of nature, right? Of fulfilling the role. Um, you say that, right? Fulfilling the role. And I'm not sure if that I'm not sure if that would change. Maybe it would. But see, I am of the opinion, and I think Reclusi knows this because we've talked about it on stream. Maybe you weren't here though. Uh, that I don't believe anything is inherently beautiful. I think beauty comes from humans, and it's actually sort of funny because I have this "everything is beautiful" on my wall behind me. But what that means to me is that the human eye and the human mind is that which decides what is beautiful. So we have the capability to see beauty in anything if we're in like the right frame, right? Uh, that being said, I think either of those interpretations probably, I guess maybe you're connecting this to selfishness, right? The selfishness of the human to decide beauty, right? To consider themselves like arbiter. Um, and maybe that means either one is beauty. To decide beautiful or not, right, is both a decision and is both selfish. And then it's simply within this understanding, beauty is in this natural process. Beauty is in this almost non-reflection, right? To not think about this stuff, to simply have no regard, no concern, be empty as the leaf, and to just age, and to just observe the colors, and the fact of that change is beautiful. That could be a way to read it. Uh, I think either of these have a very like, they sort of echo with some like Eastern philosophy, the natural flow of things as beautiful, or as something that humans don't tend to, well, we sort of don't consider ourselves as reflections of it because we have this like egoistic selfishness. I really like Taoism, or the Tao, not so much the ism, but I like the book. Uh, yeah, that's an interesting angle and thought, right? And you don't have to take me authoritatively like that. I was just offering my opinion on your question. Oh, totally, right. There's no authority on a poem, not even the author. Uh, and that's why, y'all are still welcome to like read Harry Potter and enjoy it, uh, without having to like listen to whatever J.K. Rowling's retconning. Um, and it's a work of art either way. I don't like J.K. Rowling, but separate, distinct things. I'm an art from artist kind of person. Crucify me. Uh, yeah, settles it from the author's angle, but the author's angle is just one angle, right? Um, and it's not all of the angles. And even if we have what seems like a description or an answer from the author, that does not have to be the only one. um, you were here for that talk, Reclusi, gotcha. I think it also alters the final couplet for me as well. Yeah, because then it's not about like becoming more beautiful, it's just about becoming, maybe. It's a way to see it. Not meaning in words wise, but meaning in realization wise. One feels more pure anyway. That makes sense, right? It's more of a complete letting go rather than like a not beautiful to beautiful. And one is like a full detachment of sort of personal opinion. I don't think where we place beauty, like I think the one where the human eye creates beauty can still read it as detachment, right? With the no regard, no concern, right? Because I think this functions along with, you know, I mean, the interesting thing is we have a wish, we have a desire, right? And maybe that means this poem isn't so philosophically detached, because, right, if we were detached, would we want? And maybe that's the flaw, the inherent human flaw in the poem with that reading, is even if you try to detach yourself and be like the leaf, you still end up wanting to be like the leaf, and you sort of fail. Um, and that's sort of the cycle of it. And then you go and reflect on your selfishness in this stanza. A nice little circle going on. That's a whole nother layer of reading if we want to get real philosophic about that. But also it could just be age beautifully and age nicely, and not give up into grayness, and that's fine too. I've got too focused on the selfish line here. There's always another line, right? There's always another part of the poem that can totally just recontextualize everything we thought we knew about the work. And then what? We're like, shit, now we like come to a new understanding. But that's the beauty of looking at art and looking at stuff analytically. Is, we have all of these different things, all these different points of context that maybe at the start of the poem seem unrelated. And then we're like, this line relates to another line. And this one relates here, so it means this. But actually, this one relates to this one, and that changes the meaning of the whole thing. And now I have to go back to these, because these change based on how these were. And then it's like, wait, now that I understand the shape of these, right, obviously, like, I don't know, this connects here, right? And then that makes that fall into place. And then, that's there, and then that's the shape of the poem or whatever. It would have been really clever of me if I like had like some picture emerge as I was doing that, but it's just random lines. I could have been way more awesome about that. Appreciate the philosophy. A lot of us do here. Sovakin live. That means you probably stream since you're alive. Welcome in. We talk about philosophy, usually through the lens of other works of art. Writing, poetry, but sometimes the essays people send are philosophic, and I would definitely read philosophic writing on stream if someone sent like a philosophy essay. Hello, Kutara. Welcome. The people are piling in. Wow. I don't know if I should mention it here or not, but I did send one of your works. Awesome. And yeah, we'll get to it at some point, That's how it goes. Now that is one thing I could do as a streamer, and put on the camera. No, streaming is not for everyone, but it's fun. I do enjoy it. Ginny has that ASMR voice. I don't you know. uh, Thanks. Flowers. So deep. Yeah, and then when I'm like feeling like semi sick like this, it fries out and all of that. I love vocal fry, right? Um uh, yeah, I think I'm like I don't know if I'm a bass. I might just be like a baritone with a pretty low range. But I also haven't done a lot of like vocal practice, and I've found the more I practice, my range has been getting deeper. But I can hit like these notes. Oh, oh. If my throat was not as good, I could hit the F1. Um, I've been working on my singing. Oh, but I'm not very good. Yeah. um. Anyway, That's all very a distant departure from the poem itself. um. So, I think we should read the whole poem again. We've been um talking about a lot of different things, and it's always good when we get into the weeds on some of these details sometimes to go back and zoom out, read the whole poem again, right? I can hit any note as long as my Sony noise cancellation headset is on. You're also a great beatboxer then. I like that attitude. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light. Gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Leaves lose their grip, there's no recall. Time's culling comes, so they fall. I think something else that's cool that happens here with the selfishness and the humanness is we start with a very like zoomed out sort of objective thing, right? Autumn invites odes on mortality. You know, this is a very like causal way, I guess, to describe that humans might see themselves in death, right? These things happen, things die. And it's not so much about the human action of the odes, but it's more that like autumn allows them to be written. Limited lifespans, human fragility. Right? It's all sort of third person, right? We're talking about like human fragility, maybe not even third person, because it's not even like he or him, it's just human. It's like factual. And it's only later that we get like the second person we, right? Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Leaves lose their grip, there's no recall, time's culling comes, so they fall. And so this is like maybe the most cliche, right? Because it's very cliche maybe to just say like this thing and this thing and this and this. But that's what you're leading into, and that's really cool. And then as we go to the next thing, right, we get our first bit of development. And selfish creatures that are we, right? So this adds our first little bit of something unique and different and interesting, right? We look at it all and say that's us. We are like the leaves cast away. A million fall, no regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. And we sort of return, right? We have like objectivity, and then we have like selfishness and thought, and then we return to the objective. And then even there's like this and yet, right? No return, no concern, won't return. Yet, right? Yet they are beautiful, right? And this is maybe again another like human imposition of beauty. Even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange or ripens red. And it's just so sweet and so nice. And then we sort of double down with this like notion of beauty. And I think this poem could also be not so much about detaching from beauty and death and all of this, but almost acknowledging that in the selfishness, right, of the human to call something beautiful or to fear death, right, there is value, and there's a lot of like emotional warmth. There's a lot of, you know, really pleasant feeling that emerges from the fact that there is beauty in the world of gray, from the fact, right, that we might say that autumn is a reflection of our death, and yet we can also frame it as beauty. And there's just beauty in appreciating all of this beauty. I think this is more a poem to me, and maybe that's because of my mental, general aesthetic things that I tend toward. Uh, this to me feels like a poem that really celebrates the beauty of things, and the beauty of things, sure, as they pass and as they flow through, but like to continue that appreciation, that sort of gratitude for life as it unfolds. It's kind of where I'm at. The photo works so well. I like the photo. We already talked about that. This feels to me like a poem too. Yeah. Yeah. I think there's also a cool tie together. For example, the first verse, there is the losing of sight, color fades. And later, even in light of this blindness, the color becomes more apparent. But yes, this is very much a movement through life and how one learns to appreciate beauty. Yeah, colors fade from sight, right? Gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Yeah, that is a way to read that, right? To literally lose vision and literally lose the ability to see, and yet one can find deeper appreciation in things, even in that. That's cool. There is a ad break rapidly approaching. So we are going to take a little break and come back in 3 minutes. I take the break because I want to get a snack and stuff. So for all of you, I would encourage you, since you are doing something good for your mind. We're not done with this poem quite yet. But since you've been doing something good for your mind watching stream, get up, get away from the computer, and do something good for your body. Get some water, get a snack, go to the bathroom. Not all at the same time, since you asked me to specify earlier, somebody. Maybe stretch or do some push-ups or something. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. You're welcome, Wobble Dopsy. No poem until you did 100 push-ups. I might do 10 during the break, but, to each their own. welcome back. Okay. Welcome in, Ray Vega. Anyone know how to align chakras in a few minutes? Breathe, probably, is my guess. Breathe really good, but don't think about breathing good, because then something else will go out of alignment. And you did ask before who's next. Your bliness is mine. And, probably somebody, is my guess. Because I think I've got it in me to do another one. Not sure yet, though. Depends on who's still around and all that. But we're gonna read this one again. I don't think we have like you're likely your bliness is mine. But very communal. It's our bliness. Oh, okay. You know, it's very possible that we do yours. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's all. I reckon there are enough people here to provide something if needed. Yeah, I definitely think so. There are a lot of y'all hanging around, which is pretty badass. Never mind, not my bliness. Our bliness is ours. Change it or you're banned. I'm joking. We'll read this again. If I notice anything else, we'll talk about it. If anyone had any questions or thoughts on this, I think we're pretty close to being done with it. I don't think I have too much more to say, but another read one might always find more. But if you have any questions, you can be typing them up. Or praise for be thou wrecked and such things. But here's the poem again. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight. Leaves lose their grip, there's no recall. Time's culling comes, so they fall. And selfish creatures that are we look at it all and say, that's us. We are like the leaves cast away, a million fall, no regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. And yet, even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange, or ripens red. I, like autumn's leaves. Like autumn's leaves, I wish to age, creating colors in a world of gray. Something I noticed that's cool happening in here is the use of sound creates a push and a pull, which is pretty cool. And I think a lot of this can be attributed to things like alliteration, but not in all cases. And what I felt as I read that was that these two stanzas go faster than the stanza in the middle. And I think there are a number of reasons for that, right? But I pointed out, right, we have limited lifespans. We have hold sway, colors fade, right? Leaves lose their grip. We have culling comes. And usually when we have these little, sonic tricks of similar sounds, they can kind of like ping and bounce off of each other and like create more energy, right? So we get this limited lifespans, human fragility, tombstone clouds bury light, gray hold sway, colors fade from sight, leaves lose their grip, there's no recall, time's culling comes, so they fall, right? You get this motion. And same in this stanza, right? Even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer is dead, or blushes orange, or ripens red, right? So you have this like green, gold, ripe, red alliteration, but you also have this like verb color. Runs gold, blushes orange, ripens red, which there's no word for that as a literary technique, right? to have a verb and follow it by a color, but you create a pattern of this happening by 3 times. This happens 3 times. So when you get to ripens red, it's like a nice expected thing, completion of the pattern, and like, you know, a really nice moment that we sort of push into, right? Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange, or ripens. And it's like, it's such a strong expectation that that word is going to be red because of the rhyme with dead, because of like the blank into a color, because of the alliteration of green, gold, ripens red. That like, you wouldn't write this in the poem, I think, but this could almost not exist. It could just not be on the page. And I think your reader would still fill in what that's supposed to be. I would love to see a poem that actually experiments with this. They probably exist. But like setting up words so clearly and then not putting the word there and leaving the reader to fill it in, right? Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange, or ripens. I think the mind just wants red to be there so badly. And there's like almost no other word that's more justifiably for that spot in the poem, right? So it's right. It really creates this nice expected pushing. It's really warm. And it's cool because when we're describing these like sort of natural things of the season, we get this motion, we get this energy. And when we come into the middle section, there's a little less. In our like human ego, it's stumbling, right? And it reflects that appreciation for nature, right? And selfish creatures that are we look at it all and say that's us. We are like the leaves. We still have it like the leaves, but it's less. Cast away. A million fall. No regard, no concern. And each that falls is one that won't return. And even like we rhyme at the end only, but really only when we're talking about the leaves, right? And this is really nature. It's really like that section. And when we're talking about human ego, selfishness, are us away, right? No rhyming, nothing there, nothing that's pushing us forward in that very sort of poetically dramatic way. So, yeah. Hello, Brian. Welcome. It's telling me that you resubscribed because it's automatic, but you've been subscribed forever, and that's pretty badass. Happy Pride. One thing I would say, the mortality fragility rhyme is very loose. That it somewhat detracts from the perfect rhyme we have after. Interesting. This is just a stickler thing for me because I'm personally a rhyme nerd, but that doesn't really matter. So we have this mortality fragility, right? Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Ality illity, right? I actually really like fragility because it sounds like limited, right? Imme, ille. And if we had ality limited fragility, right, it would almost like detract from that connection, right? Which makes like, you know, the context dependence of things. And we also have this like invites, right? Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespan, human fragility. I think I kind of points to the assonant qualities of limited invites. Of course, the ity here. So, you know, I don't personally mind it. I see the logic though, right? And yeah, like these are light, sight, recall, fall, and these are perfect rhymes. But yeah, the not quite right rhymes helps emphasize the fragile nature of the world. That too, right? We mentioned that before. The sort of not quite perfect verse, not quite perfect rhymes, the stumbling in the middle, the return, kind of, you know, and even, right, autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Of anything in this stanza, this is the most humanly selfish, within our idea of like selfish as humans looking at autumn as death, right? So it almost connects to the stumbling rhyme later of the human selfishness section. And then when we truly get into like just how things are, tombstone clouds bury light, gray hold sway, colors fade from sight, leaves lose their grip, there's no recall, time's calling comes so they fall, it's beautiful, it's flowing, it's nature, and selfish creatures that we are, we look at it all and say, that's us. We are like the leaves cast away. A million fall, no regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. Right, we return to the perfection of seasons, and yet, even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange, or ripens red. Beautiful, right? Like autumn's leaves, I wish to age, creating colors in a world of gray. And I think there's a really immense beauty in the fact that the end is not a perfect rhyme. Right? Holy shit. It's close. It's a really close near rhyme of age and gray, especially with the j and g sound, right? But they're not the same. And that means that in the end, we sort of come to this appreciation, this final appreciation of, yes, there is death. Yes, there is beauty. I am not nature, right? I am not perfect. But I have this maybe choice as a human between fearing death and loving death. And maybe of those two imperfections, as you say, Reclusi, I'll choose beauty, right? That's pretty badass. That's pretty poetic, if you ask me. Great observation, great writing. Come on. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Be thou wrecked. But that's just one way to read it. I really like that way. It's a really satisfying kind of connection to draw. So, yeah. Do we use spring, summer, autumn? Do we use winter in this poem? It'd be cool. Spring, summer, autumn. I feel like it'd be really... Am I missing it? It'd be really badass if you use all 4 seasons a single time, right? In a poem that is about autumn. I think that's kind of cool. Oh, use autumn at the beginning too, though. No winter. Would be cool. It's okay. That'd be hard to do. Yeah. Nearly. One thing I'd suggest, if you could get the last 2 lines on the leaves, that'd be cool. Like on the picture, kind of throw it on there. That could be kind of neat. That's kind of what like Nikki does with the poems that she posts on her Instagram, putting words on the pictures. Could be kind of neat. Could be a formatting challenge. This is a really good one. I liked it too. I think that's the last of the analysis part of it, though, unless anyone has further questions to redirect me back to the text. Otherwise, we will give it a final full read, bask in its autumnal loveliness and our human fragility and our appreciation of beauty within that as we look at this delicate, fragile poem and decide whether it reflects our death or whether it reflects the beauty of life or something. And then we'll go on to something else. I think it's important for us creative types to understand we can go on creating colors, so to speak, at any point in our lives. Yes, that is a really lovely and wonderful moral for the work. Sometimes morals are nice. They're sort of cliche, but they're really nice, right? um, no, my mom uh, did art for a long time when she was younger, and she did like murals and interior design. And then she stopped for a long time when she had kids, that being me, my selfish, crying, hungry mouthed humanity, and my siblings. And after like 20 years of really not like making art for herself, she's like making art again, and like has taken over half of our house with like art stuff. And it's like amazing, and it's really good. And I like her art a lot. And it's really cool. And she's like 60. So that's badass. So it's your fault. Yes, it is my fault. It's my fault for being born. I should have known better, right? Yeah. That's awesome. I've tried to get my mom to write again. Oh, my dad too, actually. He's writing I guess 2 books at this point. But he's back in school for a master's degree in fine arts and creative nonfiction. Um, and he's working on 2 things. Yeah. And like he worked in sports his whole life, so like management stuff. Anyway, sounds like we don't have any other thoughts on this poem other than more praise to send toward Be Thou Wrecked. Uh, yeah, so I'll read it again. And then we'll be done and we'll move on to something else. Because time goes forward like the seasons and the dying of the leaves. Or something. Autumn invites odes on mortality, limited lifespans, human fragility. Tombstone clouds bury light, gray holds sway, colors fade from sight, leaves lose their grip, there's no recall, time's culling comes, so they fall. And selfish creatures that we are, we look at it all and say, that's us. We are like the leaves cast away. A million fall. No regard, no concern, and each that falls is one that won't return. And yet, even when they fall, the colors in those things rival all the blossoms of spring. Green runs gold when summer's dead, or blushes orange, or ripens red. Like autumn's leaves, I wish to age, creating colors in a world of gray. Autumn poem by a fresh new poet, Be Thou Wrecked. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for submitting, but thank you for the courage to send something for the first time. It is always really admirable to me. I say the same thing, but it really is like to have that courage to send a thing to be read in front of people on the internet. Like, you don't know me. It's incredible, and I really appreciate it because it teaches me something every time, and it also provides the opportunity for your work to be used to teach other people around you. And it's an act that in itself supports a number of people in a very community-oriented way, and I deeply appreciate that. Thanks for reading it and marking it up with cool colors for extra flair, right? There has to be like at least something for y'all's 21st century like serotonin deficient minds or dopamine deficient minds to like look at. And I know my stream is sort of slow. So we gotta have something, and pretty colors, definitely. Ooh, that looks really trippy and dizzying. I'm sorry if I gave anyone motion sickness there. But yeah, I like the colors. It's how my brain works. It's not just y'all. I have a book of poems that I'm reading just for myself, and let's see. I don't like really share this with anyone, right? I just do the analyses myself, but like it's just the brain. It's just the brain, right? I just I just like it. And maybe this emerged because I do it on stream. Who knows? But love that book of poems. Really enjoying it. I like them because I get to look at insane ramblings. Yeah, I've heard schizophrenic before, which I think is reasonable, especially looking at some of my much older analyses. Because I used to write in cursive on stream. This is actually like relatively tame, believe it or not, compared to some of my older scrawling. And maybe if we go back to like, uh, let's see, find a good example. These ones didn't. I mean, even here you can see that like illegible handwriting. Um, I might actually have to go back to even older stuff from like the pre-hiatus era. This one's pretty like unintelligible, right? Um, arrows and unreadable scribbles and such. Um, there was probably like a really bad one where I like looked at it and said like I need to change, I need to do better, and then it got better. Oh man, I liked this poem. God, kids are scary. That one was good. Um, anyway, it. Oh, yeah, maybe this one. I don't know. It's gotten better over time. Uh, what did I used to do these in? I used to do them in another program, uh, which I might not have. I might not be able to get into anymore. Oh, no, we have it. Ah, like this. This was like a while ago. um, so I've reformed, you know. Uh, yeah, I mean, is it too? Is it already? I can make out some words, you know. You're seeing what streams used to. This wasn't. This was me underlining a full thing of verse. Um, I write cursive. The fuck is this? Now, don't be mean. Hey, look, there's a goose though. There's a goose. I used to draw more pictures. That's something we've lost. As we lost the schizophrenia, we lost the pretty pictures of geese. How did I pass school? I actually, well, I mean, like handwriting kind of like died, right? Handwriting is so dead. Um, like we were like handing in printed assignments a lot, but I guess you had like sheets. But I actually had like regular handwriting that was more just like this, you know. Um, and then I developed the cursive a couple years ago because I was doing calligraphy and then I wanted to write in cursive. And there's a notebook somewhere that has my like microscopic cursive that actually like is quite beautiful. Let me find it. Um, this notebook actually has all sorts of eras. There was an era where I made my journals intentionally illegible because it was like a flow state thing. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this handwriting. This is how I wrote for a time, uh, which is pretty cool, I think. Hopefully, I'm not sharing any incriminating text here, but that's the 1700s level handwriting. Yeah. This is maybe a slightly neater version of that. But then when I was on stream, it would really like degrade. Um, yeah. And then there was a period where I was writing with my left hand in my journal. That was kind of fun. And then, did I not finish this notebook? Oh, I guess I said I'll just end the journal here because I had like 1 or 2 pages left. I filled a journal. It's kind of crazy. It's hard to fill full journals. Okay. Okay. Probably because I'm speeding through it. Yeah, absolutely. I can read shit from this. Oh, cannot. Yeah, that makes more sense. Your handwriting is chicken scratch, Nikki, and it's okay. You know, handwriting is just handwriting. Same with left-handed people that write sideways. It's tidy, but hard to read for everyone else. Yeah, yeah. I know cursive, but some handwriting are hard to read. Well, yeah, like writing something and being able to like read it and comprehend it. I mean, I'm gonna be so real. I can't read my own handwriting a lot of the time, and I don't write cursive anymore. But it's also because I write very small. So I'll like go to share a poem, and I'll get my notebook, and I'll be like squinting at it, like what the heck is that word? Because I think I use a lot of kind of interesting words and like weird things, and I fuck with grammar sometimes. So then like bad. Even when I try to write clean and blocky, there's been crazy amount of times the writing still looks like I'm trying to write in an earthquake. Yeah. Luckily, keyboards have existed for a long time, so you get to do that. Anyway, so how did I pass school? I passed school because I can write neat when I want to. It's just that I don't always choose to. And that I knew shit. That was probably more why I passed school, because I learned things quite quickly. Okay, it's time for me. And I think I'm probably reading. Oh my gosh, how have y'all submitted 6 things today? How am I supposed to keep up with this? Not you, Ozzy. We read you 2 recently. We're probably reading Bleanus. It's really funny. Because you're new, and I like new people, and I have an ape brain, an ancient reptilian brain that sees new and stimulating things like new poems or new people's writing, and it sends off these little dopamine receptors, and I go, ooh, that new thing, shiny, like a goblin or something. So, yeah. Y'all trying to get in a fight in my chat? That's crazy. That's crazy work. You wrote some more paragraphs, Ray. That's awesome. You can definitely submit it. Like a goblin, yeah. I don't think I'm usually very goblin coded, but sometimes I am. I think we all fall into the I'm definitely not goblin maxing, you know. I've had friends who goblin max, and it's just more of an occasional thing that I do. I type too much in chat for Imogen to find me interesting. Oh, come on. I'm like, no, people typing in chat is great. And you typing long things and philosophical things is always compelling. Well, maybe not always, but often. What is goblin maxing? Maxing plus goblin. Can't think too hard about it, or you get lost in the weeds. You know, it's being more goblin, and to be goblin is probably not unlike to be jester, but you're like a little guy. Just for context, the thing I sent is more of a dive into one of my characters' thoughts than anything else. Okay, cool. So like some stream of consciousness within their mind. That's badass. The problem about my chapters are they are not that short and still dense. You can definitely excerpt Face Your Fear. You know, like half a chapter. Face Your Fear, do you have a poem submitted? Have you like had something submitted for like a really long time? Or is that not the case? Because if you didn't, you had 8. Okay, gotcha. No worries then. I think it's someone else. There are like a number of people who's like the one with the page skip. Page skip. The one with the page skip. Don't think I. Wait. Life is not, but ah, that one was cool. Yeah, that one. That one was cool. I dug that poem. Y'all sent me so much stuff. So many poems. Anyway, and other writings, I guess. We've expanded beyond that. Okay, so we are going to read Blenus. It's gonna be. I like saying it because it's funny. You sent screenshots, and it's Ode to the Broken. Okay. I will go through and save all these pictures. It's going to take me a second, but it is deeply appreciated that you've formatted them as such, and you formatted them with like fairly short lines, which is super cool because they fit well on my iPad. That's really cool. Hopefully I don't skip any of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one. And 8. Sometimes I have to preserve my sanity after all. Okay. Gotta find some room on the canvas for this. Okay. Insert pictures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Wait, I missed one. Okay. Unless I have to submit under my pre-existing post. You don't have permission to post in stream submissions threads? Weird. You do not have to submit it under the pre-existing. I would prefer that you submit it under a new one. But you not having permission is really strange to me. Not something I will try to deal with on stream right now because, like, you know, that's kind of... It'd be crazy if we, like, filled up the forum or something, and it's, like, too big. That would be kind of wild. I don't know if there's a limit, but that would be pretty impressive of us. I can't imagine that's the case, right? Who knows? I've seen some pretty big Discord forums. We couldn't have done that. That would be, like, insane. You might have to, like, add a tag or whatever. I don't know. That might be a common issue. I actually tried to do a post once, and it was like, you need to make a tag. And I'm like, come on. Did we successfully break the limit? Did we successfully poem max? Maybe. We definitely are poem maxing here. We are... This community probably poem maxes more than any other place on the internet, right? Almost certainly. Wrong account. That makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to check the order of these. Mother, stars, what, moon, view, move. Mother... See, they're backwards. Yeah. No. Mother, stars, what? Mother, stars, what? Moon, view, move. And then once and beautiful. Once and beautiful. Okay, I think we're good. Yay, I get to see my writing on someone else's screen. Yeah, that's probably a pretty rare thing now that I think about it. We mostly see our own writing on our own devices, our own notebooks, our own self-reflected, impoverished, spiritually impoverished existence as writers. but you get to see it on mine. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I've ever seen my writing on someone else's screen. But that's fine. I don't exactly seek out sending it to people. Maybe that's ironic. I don't know. The server requires a phone number. That makes sense. That's probably a good moderation choice by me. Maybe not. Maybe that restricts certain people, but who knows? Okay. Blinus. My questions for you. My question for you is if you have any questions. That means, are there any things you would like me to specifically look for in this work? Any themes that you're interested? Okay, nope. And the assumption is that you are fine with chat providing feedback as well. If you are not, that's fine. But chat might revolt and send you to the guillotine. Indeed. That would be crazy if this was like democratically run by chat and they could like vote poems off the stream. That would be horrible. What an awful environment for like positive interactions in writing. It'd be like the YouTube videos that are on like Jubilee, like the Surrounded, where they like put up the flags to like vote the people out. That would be brutal. Wow. That'd suck. The Senate shall decide your poem's fate, right? I approve this poem. My name is Sobakin Live, and I approve this message. Blinus in my camp. You want some critique? Nope. Yeah. Once you get bigger, it would be intense. Yeah, you see like the numbers like pushing up toward like the 50% kick mark, and it'd be kind of funny to do as a bit, like with everyone understanding that the spirit of it is not to be unkind. We've discussed the idea of pitting poems against each other in combat, and like having a bracket, which could be kind of fun, but could piss people off, Plenus doesn't help your case, yeah. Okay, no questions. I'm just gonna look at it. I'm just gonna talk about epic poem battles. The name suggestion from Shake My Spear, who's an old chatter with an excellent, much more poetic name than Blinus, but similar vibes. Their suggestion was verse versus verse as the name for the poetic battles, which is just so incredibly clever, which makes me want to do it just for that, just because the name is so good. But that is awesome content. You just need to make sure that everyone submit fully knows what they sign up for. True. A verse off. Yeah. Yeah. We can maybe do it. We can see. There also has to be like enough people, right? Bracket of 16 or whatever. You can do an 8 bracket, I suppose. Anyway, here is, I think this is an excerpt maybe from a larger work called Ode to the Broken. We will read it, and I'll talk. So this is going to be a little bit different. There are a bunch of new people here, which is awesome. When I read prose, I usually don't go back and reread it over and over again, because this is kind of long to be reading multiple times. So what I will do is I will read and I will stop when I like have something to say or have some like interesting thought. Sometimes that means I stop before things get explained, and then I realize the next paragraph has the context. But that also means if you have comments on a section, we're probably not going to return to it. So if you have questions for the author or for me about a section, try to ask those before we push on, Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure y'all are all on the same page, and you're not expecting me to, go back to something that we've pushed on past, right? Someone just told me my poem gave them goosebumps. I'm gonna ride that one for a while. Oh, that's sweet. That's really nice. Um, I have had someone tell me one of my poems made them cry before when I performed it. It's a pretty cool thing. Uh, Only in a Twitch poetry chat would a chatter opt for phallic. Yeah. Probably not only here, right? Okay, let's read. Let's stop being distracted. I'll stop being distracted. This is fully on me, right? My mother once told me a story. I don't exactly remember how it went, but I remember it being a somewhat heartwarming story. If I were to try and jog my memory a bit, maybe I could muster a few words or sentences, but as of right now, my mind doesn't really want to cooperate. It feels as if I am standing on the edge of life and death, or rather, rethinking what life and death, rethinking what life and death brings to the table. It's only in moments like these the human mind starts to wonder what it feels like to be alive, to truly taste happiness. I like this opening. It's a little bit mysterious, right? We set up this, teetering on life and death slash rethinking their use. Um, and it teases enough to get us interested as a reader, to get me interested as a reader. And my mind is already going like, oh, so then are they thinking about their mother because they're like, close to death in some way, and we think back to those we love, or is it some other thing, right? My brain wants to know. And when we create a sense of like mystery and confusion, this is really good for engaging our reader, because it's like, oh, what is it? What are they talking about? If we get too vague, it can get confusing. But I think this works nicely. What moments am I thinking of? One might ask. I ask myself the same question. And there's always dozens of answers popping up. All seem quite fitting, yet also not quite right, given the predicament I am in right now. The vision before me is grim, yet my mind takes no heed of such sights. I'm staring at the beautiful night sky tonight. The stars of said night sky shine so brightly, as if they are the main attraction of the show, yet their insignificance is so striking that one's mind must sometimes wonder how they keep going, despite having little impact on everything else. They are so tiny, yet one can always see them at night, twinkling so cutely, as if they were small pearls on the endless sea of darkness. So we get our sort of description of what we're talking about, right? Thinking about life and death. Not so much, standing on the edge. It's, put dramatically originally, and I like that, right? It pulls us in. And then explains, well, we're kind of pondering these ideas of life and death and, what it is to be alive, to be happy, and doing so under the sky, right? Pondering one's place, pondering maybe the sublime of the cosmos, is nice. Whenever I look at the night sky, I like to imagine the stars having a beautiful dance. There is much music playing, and each of those stars dress in beautiful jewelry, or rather, used to imagine. Since I was young, I used to dream of flying up there, joining those stars in their beautiful dance. So put on my best suit and just dance in the night sky. Today, the stars are not dancing. I like this line. So, something that's cool, right, is that when we're talking through like the first person, right? My, me, when I was younger. We don't, like when we're within this person's thought, we don't get a lot of external description, right, of who this person is. And in fact, I still have no picture of who this person is. And I think that's okay, because what happens is we end up like sort of adding these little pieces of understanding them emotionally, understanding them on this like mental kind of human level, right? And I think we start to get this as we get to this paragraph, right? Sort of has this poetic appreciation for beauty, for the music, for the stars dancing, you know, kind of this head in the clouds, dreaming, imagining type. But now, right, we don't. And I think this fits nicely with our established kind of theme of life and death, you know, what it means to live a good life or be happy, because some amount of joy and dreaming maybe has been lost. I like the consistency there. What I once used to imagine as a beautiful moving spectacle now is rather stagnant. However, it doesn't feel unsettling or unpleasant at all. My eyes still perceive the beauty of what is. A sea of shining freckles on the face of the universe. A field of small bright flowers on the big fields of the deep space. A field of small bright flowers on the big fields of the deep space. I can't help but stare at it. I can't help but appreciate these amazing colors this view provides to me. They contrast so much, yet somehow also complete each other. The moon enters the ballroom in its full glory tonight. So, I like this line. I like this sort of philosophizing of the character, right? They contrast so much and they complete each other. We create this notion of like, you know, life and maybe brightness and light and dreams, and then sort of like darkness and maybe death and maybe not dreaming as these like sort of dualities that complete each other. Which is like I think a nice, a very common philosophical path to think about, right? This goes back to, you know, in Western philosophy as early as Socrates, so back to like the beginning, basically. Exists a lot in Western media, and depending on the setting of the story, that very well might be apt. You have a couple things where like you repeat words. I don't really like to talk about like grammar and stuff. Some people don't like when you have like a field of small bright flowers on the big fields of deep space. Um, I'm not really interested in talking about grammar. I think as I read, people probably notice things, and I don't totally mind it often. Sometimes it can be very poetically repetitive, just pointing it out. And also just to say that I don't really care about grammar. Because I'm a poet. I like this line as well. The moon enters the ballroom, right? We're setting this sort of cosmic stage, and it does something. It does something kind of cool because the lack of words of the character. Okay, that makes sense. And I'm sure if I knew them better, right, that might be good. And I think that makes sense. It is fairly simply written. Uh, I'll keep an eye out if I feel like there are any words that feel too uh, verbose or sort of learned. Because that's something we could definitely lean into, right? We want to show the character having a lack of words, not having that too much understanding. Um, and I think, I mean, maybe in your story it's not very extreme, right? But the more we lean into it, the more it will become apparent to our reader that it's intentional, right? So it's almost like the more we lean into those things, the more effective it will be, because it will be very clear, right, that we're like trying to communicate this. And if you exist too much on the edge, right, like spectacle's kind of a learned word. I wouldn't expect someone with a small vocabulary maybe to be using spectacle. Maybe universe could be space, or even something more spiritual like a heaven, right? For a long time, people didn't use words like universe because that's like the science definition. You'd have like ether, or you'd have, space. Cosmos would be one of those like sciency words. The heavens. So you could definitely go through and check over and think about like how do we make this person feel simple. I like the short sentences. Today the stars are not dancing, right? They offer like simplicity can often offer like a punch. The moon enters the ballroom in its full glory tonight. uh I think these work well. I like this sort of repeating of tonight, today, tonight. Maybe you'd have tonight here because you sort of do this regularly. Um, that'd be kind of cool. Don't know. Moving on though. I like the idea of writing a character's thoughts as, having less words. I think it didn't immediately jump out to me as a parent. Maybe it would, right, with the context of your story. But if you lean into it, it'll become more apparent. The issue is they might be dumber than you want them to be. Dumb is not a good word. Having less words does not necessarily make someone dumb. But less, having a smaller vocabulary than you want. And that's an issue, right? How do you write them accurately without having it be like too much, but too much might be what you need to have it be noticed? That's a balance you'll have to play with, right? The moon is the only piece in the sky that is moving now, slowly dancing across the stage full of onlookers. Watching how the moon moves gracefully, painting a clean line across the canvas of the sky. Something else you could do, right? Maybe this character is talking about a ballroom, and this character is talking about dancing, and it's sort of like a stage. It's maybe almost kind of like feels like a play, right? I mean, it's also a dance. And maybe this character knows a lot about dance, and this is something you've established about this character, or plays, or whatever, theater. And so they could have more knowledge of words regarding that specific thing that they care about a lot. And then when they're not talking about it, they have less words. Because that seems like very reasonable and very human, that like we learn words pertaining to the things that we love and care about. So then it would show both maybe that they really like this thing and that they don't always have that many words. Of course, that might not be how your character is, but it's just an example, right, of showing, like you said in the work, contrast, right? If you show that sometimes they can speak with a big vocabulary, but then sometimes they don't, these things are going to contrast against each other, and it's going to show us something, teach us something about the character, and make both of these things pop out more to our reader. So I love contrast in prose. That's probably me coming from poetry and liking the vividness of it, but oftentimes when we look at a piece of prose, we can almost always improve it by like making things contrast more strongly, because it takes whatever we're trying to say and pushes it further toward our reader. Of course, if we want to be subtle, then that's not great advice, so it's not always the case. They say the moon is actually a pretty big rock. See, I love that line, right? The very simple. They say the moon is actually a pretty big rock. And I think if we talked about always space and science-y stuff, right, in that way, rather than universe, rather than deep space, might help. Yeah. Just like the vocabulary. Yet in this moment right now, all I can see is a beautiful ballerina twirling to a song that I just can't hear. My sister used to train ballet. Every single day I'd see her spinning. Okay, so here we have it, right? Our character probably loves dance because of the sister being a ballerina. So we can have this sort of additional understanding, additional vocabulary where we're talking about that. Maybe even, pirouette, 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 maybe something is pirouetting across the sky. And it's like, wow, that's a word that we do know, but we don't know a lot of other words. And that even really shows, right, this character's care for the sister, because like they've learned these words. They've learned to maybe, communicate about dance with that sibling, even if they haven't learned everything. Every single day I'd see her spinning around in her room. It's like a spelling thing there, spinning. Uh, Around in her room, trying to perfect her form in order to not fall over. She would make so much noise. I'd get annoyed and tell her to be quiet. Only for it to, okay, maybe we don't love it. Only for it to escalate even more and get us in trouble. I used to be angered by that. Okay, but now I can't help smiling at the thought. She said she wants to become a professional dancer. I hope she achieves that. The moon keeps dancing. In my view, constellations start to pop up. Ones that I haven't seen before. In one of them, oh, this is beautiful. Ones that I haven't seen before. In one of them, I can clearly see a mother, and in the other, a father. They seem to be occupied by their own problems, always busy, no matter what. Yet I can't help but also appreciate sights like this. Both my mother and father used to be very busy people, always taken up by their office jobs. The both of them worked countless hours daily, just to be able to feed me and my sister. The jobs they worked were ones that usually not much people would take. See, and I think that's okay, right? Not much people. Simple language. I like that. We can do more of that, where it's, I mean, maybe that was a mistake and you didn't intend it, but I think that those kinds of things, those subtle grammar mistakes that the author would never accidentally put into the work in multiple numbers, shows us more about that the character. I like that. Due to the low pay amount, see that too, right? But they had no choice. They did everything in their power to take care of us, always smiling, hugging and listening to us when needed. Many parents could learn from them. They were the best parents I could ask for, and I know that my sister would say the same when it came to her opinion on them too, if she wasn't so scared of being emotional for once. I can't move my legs anymore. I move my hand slightly to feel what once used to be my precious, righteous bow to ward off evil people and spirits. Now I can see it clearly. It's just an old tattered rifle. It's dirty and covered in snow. I'm covered in snow. I feel so cold. The rifle stays by my side, like a trusty companion, always there when it's time to use it. I like this righteous bow, evil people and spirits, sort of his own imagination, their own imagination. I don't think we got a gender. Their own imagination, their mythologizing of the mundane things. I think it really, really leans into it. I love how, and I didn't say this, I love how their thoughts are swimming, right? And constellations pop up. They're ones I haven't seen before, but they're clearly a mother and a father. I love this, like, dying logic, basically, where the mind in this really, like, pained state is just sort of creating these symbols, and they are true, right? They are clearly a mother. They are clearly a father, even though, right, I've never seen them before. And, like, that's not how constellations work, but in this state, that's totally something the mind would do. And I love how it helps us transition to the discussion of the parents, right? Where it acts as both something leaning into this state of mind and also moving us forward within the narrative you're trying to tell. I think that's a really cool structural move. Do I need it? I don't want to need it, but I keep being told that I do. Every single time I try to put it away for a longer time, it always comes back, like an old friend. What a great description. I keep being told that I need to use it to do what's right. But what even is right to do anymore? What I've been doing this whole time just feels wrong to me. I look up at the night sky. I can't move my head anymore. I like this. I like these like punctual lines in these sections, right? The moon keeps on dancing, and then the I can't move my legs, I can't move my head. They sort of they're good. They're cool. They're very poetic. Um, it's just like we've advanced. We've moved forward in time. And I think it shows us, right, that time is passing. This tells us in a way as a reader that like a number of minutes have passed, right? We have, you know, the moon comes out. We're moving so slowly we can actually see the moon move, right? So we're here for a long time. The moon keeps dancing. I can't move my legs anymore. I can't move my head anymore. It's this slow loss, right? This slow dying. And I think that's really well done. Because we don't have to dwell on it. We mostly dwell on the thoughts. And then we notice something. Oh, I can't move my legs. But it's like a passing thought. It's almost peaceful. And then we just return to the flow of the constellations and the mother and the father and the family and the things we love. And, oh, I can't feel my neck. Oh, we go on to something else. Oh, I can't feel my arms, you know, whatever, right? Really nice. We are going to have to take a break, thanks to Twitch's ads, but that's okay. We'll come back to it. And a break is just an opportunity for you all to stand up, to move away from the screen, to give your mind a mental break from, you know, writing and poetry and literature, you know, the emotional things that we read, and to do something for your body. Go to the bathroom, drink some water, do some push-ups, whatever it is. Look away from the screen. Your body deserves that. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello. Ooh, welcome back. It's still me, still Imogen, and we are still reading stuff from chat. In this case, we are reading Blenus's work. It's so funny. It's so funny. Blenus makes it more funny. It's hello. I'm a child. I'm a child inside still. Uh, anyway, we're gonna resume this. I look up at the night sky. I can't move my head anymore. Is where we left off. On this soldier dying in the snow. I think we've read a poem about a soldier dying in the snow before. I think it was by Mr. Aegis, a great streamer, if y'all don't know Mr. Aegis. He's a health teacher. Sometimes he does streams that are just like teaching about stuff people should know. But he also plays games. And he has ferrets. Good streamer. Anywho. Let's resume. I think I remember the story. Huh? That's a duplicate. Wait. No. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. I thought it. Callbacks. I think I remember. What's the first line? My mother once told me a story I don't exactly remember. Oh, man. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool, Blenus. I think I remember the story my mother once told me. It went something like this. Once upon a time, there was a small rabbit. The rabbit seemed lost in the vast forest. It was trying to make its way back home from a trip, but the small rabbit was alone due to their family forgetting about him on accident. The rabbit kept asking nearby animals for directions, but most of the animals kept answering that they just don't know where the rabbit's house is, until one fox showed up. The fox acted as if he knew where the rabbit's house is. He promised the little rabbit that he will guide them back home, yet the fox wasn't planning on doing that at all. The fox kept leading the small rabbit on with promises and lies, only to leave it alone in the middle of the forest and laugh as he laughed, thinking what a great jokester he is. Luckily, a few hours later, the rabbit's family found the small child and hugged him tightly, promising to never leave him again. I think I am that rabbit right now, being lost. My body feels so hard to move right now. I look at the beautiful sky. The sky looks back at me. I can hear it whispering. It whispers, I love you. Rest of the notebook is covered in blood. What a great, just so, that sliding into death and the peace of it, and sort of the beauty in death and the beauty in that dying and that process, is really, really well done. And I think from like a structural perspective, like this whole thing and starting with the story, right, and then bringing it back later, I think is awesome, right? Just this sort of, dream-like wandering through the mind, this slow realization, this pondering, really, 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 really nice. And I love like the things that it hints at or points to outside of the story itself, right? This rabbit, this sort of innocent thing, that has been tricked, right? That has been led around to some place that it didn't expect, and sort of the connection of that, right? To I keep being told I need to use it to do what's right, but what even is right to do anymore? What I've been doing this whole time feels so wrong to me, right? Sort of this promise of doing good, maybe as that fox, as that trick, as that better thing, that better place, or even these other ones who didn't know how to help the rabbit. Um, and then, of course, the reframing, right, of being found by the family, being reunited, and dying. Uh, right, joining the sky in its love. I think it's beautiful. It's simple. As I said, I think you could lean in on like the simpler language, because it came across in the few moments when I pointed it out when you're talking about the parents, and I really liked how it felt there. So maybe that could be scattered within, and it could also say something about uh, your character and their sister, and sort of knowing things about ballet and performances and dance. I think that would be a really nice touch in my mind. Uh, yeah. Do you have any questions? Having heard some of my comments and having heard me now read it, Blinus, or if anyone else has questions for me, or comments, or thoughts, feedback for Blinus. I find myself existing more in this space of like giving feedback for prose more so than poetry. I'm not sure why that is, but I think that's just how it is. Not really all this was very clear to me. Awesome, and I hope it was helpful, even if only as another perspective, cause that's fine too, right? Um, try to jog my. Yeah, I think you do some cool things. I was uncertain about this stars are not dancing line. Um, but I actually came around on that line because I'm like, well, then you go in to describe that the stars are dancing. But I think it does something really neat where it just shows that the mind is not necessarily stable and it's shifting around. It sort of plays slightly into the idea of the unreliable narrator. I actually was asking myself at the end in the story, um, whether that really was the story, right? Their mother told them. And, that it could just be the mind filling in something that fits with the situation in the same way that the mind kind of fills in the constellations to be the mother and father. Uh, but you do that really nicely and subtly, where, oftentimes an unreliable narrator is maybe someone who, like, we don't trust. So we don't believe the things that the narrator tells us. But in this case, this is an unreliable narrator who's maybe just like their mind is slipping, but we feel a lot of compassion for them. So we see when they say something that is like, sort of, I don't know, I crossed that out. When we see something, when they say something that's like not quite right, we understand and we feel for them rather than like not trusting them. And I think that's a really cool way to engage with this idea. For those who don't know, an unreliable narrator is often told in first person, right? The story is being told by the narrator. So we only get their perspective. And for one reason or another, they are unreliable. The story they are telling may not be true. And that could be because they are deceptive, to us. They could be self deceptive, right? Where they're sort of living in a lie, right? Or they could just not know, right? They could be untrustworthy. They could be sort of so far in their own truth, right? We could think of a story told from like a religious zealot who maybe sees all other people as infidels. Um, that would be an unreliable narrator, right? Because their perspective is skewed by their sense of truth, which is sort of a self-deception. And in this case, right, or so in this case, it's maybe unsound mind, uh, and could be a misremembering, yeah. And I think that's a really cool thing to do because I don't see it too often that um, uh, an unreliable narrator is someone that we're meant to feel compassionate toward. I think it's a really the kind of brilliant move. I've had this be read by a person only once before, and they said that it made them cry and helped get their emotions out. It made my heart feel really warm. That's really beautiful. And I'm glad that you had that experience. I think this last section, when we have, when I said I think I remember the story my mother once told me, right? When I read that, I'm like, wait, do I have the wrong screenshot? And I'm like, no, we remember it now. That moment definitely like hit me like a punch, and I'm like, oh, that was like that's a really forceful emotional moment. Uh, Sometimes it takes a lot for text to bring me tears, but I could see this moment, right, bringing tears. I think even just before, right, what I've been doing this whole time just feels wrong to me, right? That's a really nice moment that I really, really liked. Um, I think the seeing the constellations is a really poetic touch. I like that. Ah, Flowers for Algernon is an unreliable narrator. Yeah. Ah, I should reread that book. I read that in high school. And I remember enjoying it, and I didn't enjoy a lot of books in high school because I had to read them. But I got to the end of that book and I was like, wow, that was really good. So maybe I should reread that. I've been thinking about rereading that for a while. I just always forget, interestingly. um, yeah, lovely, lovely writing. Uh, any other comments, questions, thoughts, flowers for myself, for Blenus, for chat in general? Right, Blenus, you can ask things of chat. What, does anyone, like, I think it's very reasonable for someone submitting to ask chat what their favorite parts of the work are. Maybe some of you have those. Since I brought it up, if any of you have favorite parts. Sometimes that's useful for an author, I think, right? To know which parts people really gravitate toward. See how even this got brought back to the flowers, right? They're everywhere. We can't escape them. Nikki really poisoning the minds of this stream with flowers. So it goes. I mean, you kind of set yourself up for it with the Flowers for Algernon, so I don't know. Yeah. Which segment is chat's favorite? Pretty nice. Feels like a short story from the XX century. Yeah. I think you mean like 18th or 19th, right? Or maybe I think that's what you mean by XX. Like 20th. I see. 19th or XX 20th. Okay. Yeah, with war. I guess it could be 19th. It could. Did we have guns? I guess. Did we have guns in the late 18th century? Oh, but we say office job, right? So 20th century, or it could be 21st, right? Could be a soldier freezing in Ukraine, right? In a very present way. Planting yourself anywhere. Okay, chat. Does anyone in chat have a favorite part of this that you really enjoyed? We had guns since the medieval age? Well, we had like... Really? Didn't we have like cannons? Do we have like handguns? Like pistols? I guess they're like pirates with pistols, but they're not medieval. Pirates were big in like the... Did we have like straight up guns? I'm really bad at history. Like, I'm not bad. I just don't know a lot. I haven't read a lot. I'll get there. I'll start reading history. Chinese had the fire lance in the 10th century. But, like, is that a gun? Blinus, thank you for fixing my posture. I was, like, stooping over. Cervantes got shot in the hand and he lived. Same time as Shakespeare? That's crazy. Chat's not cooperating with your question. Good stretch. And hydrate? 2 hydrates? What am I supposed to do? Like, drink the whole rest of this? It's kind of expected. I mean, yeah. We can try, right? I try to get my chat involved. I'm like, class, come on, someone answer. Of course, it's not required, but it's nice. You love the moon. Always love the moon. Yeah, the moon dancing across, I think, is a really lovely piece of imagery. And I think, like, the moon enters, right? This very, like, enter blank. This very theatrical, enter moon from stage right, you know? Is cool. Thank you, Nikki, for your response. It's deeply appreciated. Well, I think that's all for this one. So thank you so much, Blinus, for sending in this work. And yes, it is quite, first time submitting to something, so extra double triple thanks to you, and it's a wonderfully courageous thing to share your work online here, and I appreciate it deeply, because for all the things that I've been saying the whole time with the other ones. Thank you so much. I hope to read your work again in the future, as with Be Thou Wrecked. Of course, there's no pressure. You can certainly submit once and never return again, but I actually like reading people's things, so if you return, you give me a little drop of joy in my life, and that's pretty badass, you know? I think. I like joy. That's all that we are reading for today, because we're 4.5 hours deep into stream. And it's starting to get warm in my room, and that means it's time to stop. So, damn, I feel like I've been on the longer streams lately, especially starting earlier in the morning. I have, like, so much energy. Like, I can read, like, 3 things and still feel good about it, right, at the end, and that's cool. I kind of aim to achieve that level. Are you a streamer? Do you stream as well? So, like, long streams? Oh, you do stream. Let's see. Just a simple octopus streamer likes Omori very much. I tried I was streaming Omori for a while, and I was, like, doing a full playthrough, but I have a Mac and it doesn't run on Mac, so I had this, like, sort of, like, thing from, like, GitHub that I, like, did to make Omori work. Oh, you're replying to Nikki. I see. And then I couldn't play Omori anymore because it, like, broke on my computer, so I never finished the game, but, like, I loved that game. Well, guys, Blinus is a streamer, so you can go follow them if you want to see them. I don't know when the last time you streamed was. I don't know if you're still streaming, even. Oh, you last streamed last year. Yeah, you're not. But you did stream. You have streamed. You have streamed. So I'm not wrong. I'm just looking at your profile once. Oh, literally once. Okay. Okay, don't go follow Blinus. I mean, you still can, I guess. I don't know why you would. That's funny. I meant having people talk philosophy when it comes to my poems. I see. Gotcha. Um, you know, I once had a poem being read wherever it was. Yeah. Sometimes it gets off the rails, and we just talk about philosophy instead of the poem, and that's kind of bad. Yeah, everyone went on a tangent. We have a way of doing that sometimes. Probably not always the most pleasant, but I like the tangents, so that's just the whole, part of the whole package. There are no rails. Rails, the only rails we have are the ones that we construct for ourselves. This this I actually say with a pretty decent amount of confidence about like life in general. uh, yeah, we create a lot of mental limits for ourselves. I think a lot of what I do on stream maybe engages with that notion, since we get these conceptions of things being right or wrong or good or bad, and those are quite simple rails that really limit us as artists and as readers of art. So it's one of those rails that I try to deconstruct. One can't go off the rails when there was never rails to begin with. Unfortunately, it's really hard to not have rails to begin with. Because we live in a society, and society gives us these like mental constructs that get taught to us before we have a chance to like choose them. And there's a great process, I think, of unlearning the things that we've been taught by the world that can and cannot be done, are and are not acceptable. We can think of someone born in a fundamentalist Christian cult. That's rails, right? The rails are real, but the rails are sort of constructed. We construct rails for ourselves and each other. I don't think librarian has been back since that discussion. I don't keep track. I don't know. Sleepy librarian? I think that's who you're talking about. I don't really know. I was told, these are the rails, please remain on them, as I merrily skipped off into the forest. Sounds like something a poet would do, right? Merrily skip into the forest. I'm gonna raid to someone. I've been raiding more because I'm not exhausted at the end of stream, and I like that I get to raid. We can raid. Let's raid Eclecte. Or we can raid Egg. Egg is another writing streamer. Eclecte is, I think, just talking mostly, but Tay is cool. Born in a Christian cult, I've been going off the rails wild. Yeah, let's raid Eclecte. They live in the same city as me, which is kind of cool. We haven't met IRL, but we might soon, because they said they're going to come to one of my band's shows. But they are like, they study like environmental stuff, and they're pretty cool. Have some good opinions on things, and they're friendly. So we should raid them and send them lots of messages and support and whatever. I don't have like a raid message. I feel like that's something that's like long overdue, but whatever. Yeah, we will raid them. And I guess that's all for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks to those of you who submitted your work to stream, and those of you who gave your thoughts on other people's work and all of that. It's all deeply appreciated. Next stream will be on Wednesday at the same time, and then Friday, and then Saturday, and then Monday, and then Wednesday, then Friday, then Saturday, etc. Unless, otherwise stated. And until then, send lots of love to Eclecte. Keep making art you love. Keep finding beauty in the world around you. And thanks for watching.